Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Break the Record Live 5 featuring Spelunky 2. It's day 3 of the total event and day 2 of Cosmic Ocean, the second category for our Spelunky 2 Break the Record Live. A very unique Break the Record Live for that reason, 2 different categories being run with 2 very different feels of event. My name is Bowie the Hero, and I'm joined by my fellow co-hosts Argic and Ix. Gentlemen, it's the final day. Looking suave, I must say, all of you guys here. It's the final day, so obviously we've got a lot to go through in terms of what's happened before, but how are we feeling about this last day? It's suddenly all coming to, it all ends here kind of thing. And, what was the beginning of a 3-day event is now, winding down to be the last one, but still 12 hours of plenty of action. What are we going to be looking for?
More aggressive plays, I think, from the top 4 right now. We're looking to see them try and improve those times. We saw DT going into the early hours of the morning yesterday, being the last runner standing, trying to find that run, just getting it all the way to 7.99. Was 2 minutes ahead at one point, but then unfortunately became a jellyfish sandwich. So that ended that run that night. But I'm expecting to see a lot more aggressive plays from the 4 of them. And then hopefully we get to see Xanagia, Grump, and of course Heck as well get that 7.99 clear. We know Heck finished yesterday with the message saying maybe my aggressive play is too aggressive. We'll have to see if Heck continues on. Like, we know he was on really good pace, like sub-hour at 7.85. That's fast. So who knows? Who knows what could happen?
Yeah, I suspect Hectiki's not going to slow down, and I hope that it works out and he moves either to the top or close to the top of the leaderboard. But yeah, they established their times and their distances that they're running against, and now today is all about shaving 5 minutes, 10 minutes off of that, and potentially breaking the world record. I think it's definitely within the reach of the community, and I'm really excited to see the runners show off, not just that they can complete it, but that they can do it at a stupid fast pace, and I really can't wait to see what we see today.
Of course. Should obviously do a few of the necessaries. Of course, Break the Record Live has sponsors that help this event get underway. So thank you very much to our sponsors, Twitch, Kaspersky, and ViewSonic Elite. And of course, for Break the Record Live, the developers of Spelunky 2, Mossmouth, have also donated or have helped put together the prize pool that our players have been playing for. On day 1, we had All Shortcuts and Tiamat, which had a $3,000 prize pool. Cosmic Ocean, however, as it's a 2-day event and a much longer run, has a $5,000 prize pool attributed to it. The winner taking home $1,500 of that. And as we were talking about, players wanting to go up the ranks, moving up the ranks on this leaderboard is a minimum $100 prize money gain. So you're looking to make some money with every single place you jump up that leaderboard, which means that really playing that aggressive style and just trying to get to the end as fast as you can does mean quite a lot in terms of prize money. Thanks again to obviously our sponsors for helping make these events possible. It's obviously a privilege and a great thing to always have these events for our speedrunning communities to show off their game and share their passion with you guys at home. Hope you guys are enjoying the show, of course. We're about 10 minutes-ish out from the start of the final day. Again, 7 runners. If you've just joined us and don't know too much about what's going on, Spelunky 2 is a roguelike action platformer. And Cosmic Ocean is an endurance test to clear over 100 levels of very intense and very, very difficult 2D action platforming in a roguelike manner. So the runners don't know what's going to be coming up. They haven't got a plan for what's going on. They've got a rough idea of what they need to achieve, but how they do that is up to them on the fly, which is very, very exciting. 7 fantastic runners: DT, Hectique, I'm going to get one of them wrong for sure, Xanagia, Spef, Twiggle, Grump, that's 6. Go on, someone finish it off for me, because I've definitely forgotten the 7th.
Do we get Krill?
Krill, there we go. Sorry, Sweden. I'm so sorry. There are 9 runners in total. We had 2 more, which I always remember.
He's going to use that today.
Yeah.
They don't know who I am, but they will.
Well, it was really funny because yesterday we heard Krill, we could hear the stream, because every now and then he'd be reacting to what we were saying on camera and messaging in the Discord, being oh, I did this for this reason. So I'm probably going to get some kind of
Sure.
Yeah. If you
Yeah,
can hear us, Krill, play Lise today. Best character.
I accused him of being safe and scouting ahead through the level, but he was actually just getting gold that he needed. So it was the opposite. He had gone too fast earlier. So
Oh, dear.
Oh,
he's gonna do great today. I can't wait.
Yeah, we've seen like everyone do really, really
Yeah.
well, and that's the thing. I mean, everyone has. I think I mention this every single time we have an event like this, and of course, we're trying to break the record. We broke the All Shortcuts in Tiamat record, and the record for Cosmic Ocean is a little bit far away from our runners, but it is possible based on their ability and the necessity of luck. But all these runners as well are getting personal bests. They're breaking their own best times, and that's something towards eventually that ultimate goal of being the fastest in the world as well.
Yeah, ultimately, the bragging rights within the community are going to be equally, if not more important. And so getting new personal bests are certainly something that's going to be driving the speedrunners as well.
Mm.
Oh, definitely. And over the course of the event, we've seen our runners here just improve stride after stride coming into the levels here. And for a game like Spelunky 2, it's even more impressive in my opinion, because as you say, it's a different type of speedrun. It's not, I've learned the level, I've learned my inputs, I now need to execute it. It's, I'm in a new floor, what do I need to do? Where are my orbs? Where's the jellyfish? There's a trap I've got to dodge. I've got to do this all on the fly. My jetpack's now in the void. What do I do? Yet somehow our runners are surviving all of these over 100 floors and coming out on top. And it's absolutely impressive, Like we have seen Spelunky 2 come out. We've seen some amazing blunders, but we've also seen some amazing saves. Like yesterday, we were watching Group do a run, and how he survived so many falls through the void, so many stuns, I will never know. And then actually getting out of a soft lock as well, thanks to MVP, the mole. That mole MVP, absolutely amazing. Let's hope we don't see more soft lock shenanigans, but let's hope we see more mole action coming through.
Yeah. I think there was one thing I was going to kind of mention as well, is that like you're talking about how they have so much to deal with, and it can pile on top of them, or it'll just be so clean. And I think that's the interesting thing about Cosmic Ocean. It's kind of hard to talk about, when we're looking at speedruns and we're saying, how much time save do they have potential here, there, and everywhere. But like none of that's, and sometimes time save is never guaranteed in any speedrun, but it's not guaranteed in a different way here, because when you have floors that can take, I've seen as fast as 4 seconds, and I've seen as slow as 4 minutes. Not because of anything other than the fact that the orbs are either going to be next to each other and there's the door, or they're going to be orbs on all these different locations behind loads of traps, behind loads of enemies. So it's kind of weird to say, I was mentioning yesterday, I think that DT has like between the 30s and 40s, like 5 minutes of time save. Like he had 5 minutes of bad levels. So it's not really something, those bad levels and those good levels can happen at any point throughout that run. So time save and time loss isn't really something that we can generally get a feel for, more than an average of how fast a level is. People keep talking about the sub 30-second average like layer time, which I think is going to be really a kind of start I'd like to see is kind of like the average time per level for each of these runners, because that's where the time comes from.
And just another angle from that, if you're just looking at a static speedrun leaderboard, you're going to tend to see runs and paths that are a little bit better than average. We're getting to see the runners really demonstrate their skill when things don't go right. And that's been one of the main takeaways for me for this event, is just getting to see the skill, not just of the completed runs. Of course, that's the goal, but those intermediate steps of dealing with the complete nonsense when things are not going well for the runners. And been really amazed with some of the consistency while still maintaining that speed that we saw yesterday.
Yeah. And I think when you have like some tricky levels early on, and that affects your kind of like potential pace, it's kind of what you're mentioning, being able to kind of suffer that, but then know that either you're able to definitely get a faster completion time, or if you haven't completed it yet, going further is what matters more than anything else. So can you just either extend your lead on someone who's behind you, or can you try and catch up to someone who's ahead of you?
Yeah, exactly. A lot of the early game is really setting them up to see, if I get good luck late game, then I can get a PB. And so, like you said, we're putting up with more of the nonsense early than we might typically. But yeah, it's all about the late game. It was all about the key split yesterday, and now it's all about, am I fully equipped when I go into Cosmic Ocean, and will I get fewer than typical Temple and Neo Babylon levels potentially?
Yeah, I think one thing I find interesting as well is that you were talking about that early game being important, and I have to agree there, because when it comes to some of the runners, we're seeing people sometimes. I think Twiggle's first completed run was like a 2 hour 14, which isn't the fastest, but it is a completed run higher up on the leaderboard, because depth was the first and foremost rule for placing. Time only is a factor in any tie, so everyone for completions, time comes into play. So he had like a 25-minute 6-4. Whereas, DT has like a 10-minute 6-4. So, or has in the past had a 10-minute 6-4. And I think Hectique on his run, that 785 at sub 1 hour, was like a 9-minute 6-4. Yeah. So, there is so much. I remember at first we were kind of saying they're going to take their time through the early levels to try and find items. But no, they were just blitzing through and just hoping something was there. So maybe there might be a little bit more of a reliance on, do we get something like a telepack or a jetpack early to get through the early levels? Then do we get that jetpack for Cosmic Ocean? Are we going to spend time to go and get Vlad's Cape, which we see Twiggle doing a lot, going for the Vlad's Cape, spring shoes and climbing gloves kind of combo to go for the height rather than jetpack?
Yeah, and Twiggle also wanted to make sure that we got to see the temple, the City of Gold. I didn't think we were going to see the Duat secret world, but he wanted to show us. He also took a trip down to the mothership, which I think the commentary was saying, wait, why are we here? This is sort of an out-of-the-way side quest. But he wanted to make sure that we saw everything. There's been some talk in the Discord. I can't commit to other runners' actions, but we might see Eggplant World today. And this is not just for fun to show another region. There are power-ups there that give you 99 HP. We've seen 99 bombs and ropes, but that could be that missing piece for that extra safety. And hopefully you'll get to see the fun item associated with Eggplant World. But yeah, Twiggle's putting on a show. It's all for the fans, ultimately.
So it looks like we have jumped over to game. Oh no, we're jumping back now to our feed. I thought the game feed on the side there, so I thought we had jumped over. We've got a few minutes to go, so we'll be grabbing our first caster to join us very, very shortly. In the meantime, one thing I'm hoping for is that at 6 p.m. CET, I really hope that all of the runners are playing Colin at that point. So I did ask them. I did ask all of the runners to play Colin at 6 p.m. just because I think it would be a nice little the time to, because Colin's going to be on commentary at 6 p.m. And I thought it'd be a nice thing whilst Colin's on comms for everyone to play Colin. What a great name Colin is. But yeah, it's we'll have to see what happens there. But maybe, you never know. We'll just yeah, I think I'm going to see if Doug is oh no, don't say his name. Hopefully we'll be able to get Doug in here and get his opinions before we start. So yeah, we're about a couple of minutes out. There he is. Okay. I will pull in our first caster of the morning. Good morning, Doug. How are you?
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Sure can.
Hello.
It's exciting final day.
I really enjoyed yesterday. Some very funny highlights.
And it's nice that everyone's kind of like collating them. There's a page that the ESA Edenal is kind of putting together this massive list and just going through them kind of a morning to kind of remind myself of what happened the previous day. Is it's just, there's some moments I forgot about, and you're just like, oh yeah, that happened today. That was amazing. But yeah,
I think with such like a long, grueling run, especially in a game like Spelunky, you got to have a sense of humor about it to some extent. So it was really nice to see some of that yesterday.
It just makes the deaths a little more tolerable. If you see your corpse bounce from flames to spikes to hit by a mole.
Or maybe saved by a mole.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Can't just think of the bad.
Or an infinitely falling jetpack that you're desperately trying to reclaim.
Oh, right. That's a quick thing we need to mention as well. I love the fact that footage has been taken and a guide video has now been made for it as well. So now if you ever get stuck in the cosmic ocean and are looking for a jetpack, we have a guide for you. Like, it's amazing that the runners have taken this and are like, they're enjoying themselves just as much as they are competing. And that's what I really love about this event as well.
Yeah, afterwards, after the end of a long day of Spelunky, went to the community Discord, and it's just people celebrating all the good moments from the wins, but then also the hilarious moments that we're still remembering today. This is Spelunky community lore.
It seems like our runners are ready to go. So we'll do our final countdown to the beginning of the final day. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! You can hear me typing that out to the Discord, so they're all synced. Final day, 12 hours remain. Ladles and gentle spoons. Now, if we get to see a single lease today, I'll be happy.
Oof.
Can we all will Krill to play lease?
Are we
lease Krill?
Are we allowed to tell runners we'll focus on them more if they're flipping the robot?
If you play my favorite character, you'll be on the main screen. How about that?
And thought through all the ethical considerations here.
Yeah, let's not worry about ethics here, mate. Oh dear.
We haven't seen 5 runners in the dwelling for quite some time. I think we had 5 runners in the Cosmic Ocean at one point, so not just the starts of run. Oh, and we get a really nice kit for Hectique right at the front.
Telepack! Yeah!
Teleporter and jetpack. What are they? Like, I mentioned it. Oh, let's go. We're talking about Hectique's aggressive play. Oh, Telefrag! Styling ready.
I love it. I love it. Just for the noise. Oh, come on! No! And just like that, the telepack showing why you don't mess with it. Oh, come on!
Oh, that's incredible. What a start.
It's a good warm-up.
10 minutes in.
Oh, God. That's... I'm not even gonna think what it sums up. Hectic aware of it.
I love this reaction as well. It's just his hands just up like, oh well, that happened.
Let's go from the world record is mine to all right.
To
1-1 it is.
Mine. Yeah, to the one. I shouldn't be laughing as much, but that's the telepack in action there. Just that inability to fully control the telepack. Sometimes you're just gonna end up in the wall, and it's like you gotta love it. Like if you don't laugh, you cry, or in my case, you do both.
On that topic, I thought one of the other best parts of yesterday was, I believe it was Groomp who was using the teleporter in Cosmic Ocean. That was. I hope we see more of that today.
Oh yeah, I would love to see that. Like
It
going
also-
through 20, 30 levels with the telepack is just like the speed he was going through is just insane.
It also got him out of trouble in at least one case. There was lava that he couldn't pass just by running through, and so it was a case of very rare case where that teleporter made it safer for the runner to get through. I like that we're seeing an early jungle here for Hectique.
Oh yeah. Jungle, a fairly consistent way of grabbing paste.
Mhm.
There are large spiders that generally have a pretty solid chance to drop paste, and that's obviously one of the best ways to increase the strength and the usability of your bombs.
Mm-hmm. So we've seen this before, but for people who may be tuning in for the first time, another teleporter.
The shaking of the head. Nope, I don't want that. Nope, not in here.
You know you do, heck. You know you do.
Yeah, I think
dear.
if he didn't have to carry this bow to get into the Cosmic Ocean, I think that was go for another teleporter run. Yep. So we'll be seeing that Moon Challenge every run. It's the way the runners get that mandatory item to enter Cosmic Ocean. And go ahead, Doug.
We do have Spef briefly with a jetpack and a teleporter here, and sticky paste. So,
what else do you need? Yeah. Try to find a Kapala later for health, but other than that, he's good to go.
Noticing we've got Grump as well, getting some early sacrifices there, finding an altar in the dwelling.
Yep, just looking and thinking ahead. Also a jetpack and starting to build towards the Kapala on Grump's screen as well.
Krill with a teleporter as well, straight into some spikes.
Sounds about right. Third teleporter for Hectique. Won't be able to use it here.
See, this is the black market in jungle where there's usually a good chunk of items.
Present. Oh, what?
I think because the bat attacked the guy, it wasn't angry at Heck. You kind of hope.
Yep. The shopkeepers in HD would react anytime anyone damaged them or any trap, but in Spelunky 2, they're a little bit smarter. They know who to blame. They just give a quick shot to any enemy that attacks them, as long as it's not the Spelunker.
So, Ix, if I can ask, how aggressively do you think the runners are going to be resetting today? Like, at what point without a jetpack do you call it quits?
Well, I'm really curious about the start, so I think runners might want to get some momentum with some early runs. We're seeing all of them making their way through the dwelling, so that tells me that they're not taking just every... they're not waiting for the perfect seed, that they are trying to get warmed up and get on the leaderboard, at least for today's purpose. But I think after that, they're going to start to become a little more selective. And the other thing we've talked about is different runners have a different need for a jetpack. Twiggle and Xanagir have been accepting basically anything where they can get bombs or anything beyond just the worst possible seeds. And then other runners have been a little bit pickier.
So what's happening here is a hello. Is a shortcut to get the Ankh. The Ankh is an item that when you die revives you with, I believe, 4 HP. But normally you'd have to kind of take Olmec down to the very, very bottom to like finish 3 phases of the fight. But here, just kind of like manipulating him up to the top allows you to jump into that top door and unlock, grab the Ankh immediately. Unlocking this door here allows our players to basically deposit the Ho Yi bow into with Waddler here to grab this later, so you don't have to worry about it until later on.
And that Olmec fight by Hectique was just a little bit different from the ones that we've seen from the other runners, taking out less of the terrain and just jumping on the edge of Olmec's head to make it into that Ankh room. So just a little difference, and it's another strat that I'm going to file away for when I start to grind this category again. So
while we have a few people in the black market, another great highlight from yesterday, finding a jetpack in a present, world's cheapest jetpack. It was nice to see.
Sure, and Hectique showed us that opening 2 presents doesn't guarantee a jetpack, and in fact, it was a pretty one-off event that we saw from DT, but he put used to it, and I think we made it to something like 750 with it at the end of the stream last night.
Yep.
Looking around, we have, I believe, Xanagir in Volcana did go to grab Vlad's cape, so he's running with that particular loadout, so we're going to see some Vlad's cape action today. Allows a second jump and then a slowed descent, so you can... it's kind of an alternative to the jetpack. Most runners will run jetpack, just because I think it's a little bit more flexible, but it's much more volatile. So.
Yeah, the other thing that comes up is the jetpack. He said volatile. What that means is any fire damage that hits you when you're wearing the jetpack immediately blows you up. Doesn't happen when you're wearing Vlad's cape. So that's one of the advantages. And then also, you get double the gold. And when you have the Kapala and the Vlad's cape, that's going to give you a ton of hit points just by playing the game and not worrying about rescuing damsels and such.
Here, I suspect Hectique was hoping, you saw playing Tusk's game a number of times, hoping to get a jetpack. A real possibility, but hasn't happened.
So he wanted to win one more time, but the only way he could even play that gambling situation is to get gold from a ghost pot. So unfortunately, he's going to be moving on without the full benefit of playing that lotto.
Yeah. Getting closer to the situation though, where it might just be really difficult to proceed with the loadout.
Mm-hmm.
You can see as well Xanagir going for the full Olmec fight, going down to the third phase.
It looks like he values saving those bombs. It's probably
I think
the
you need a
story
certain
there.
amount to do it as well, don't you? Like it's best to have a few bombs in hand, just to make sure, because they're like one of your main tools. So.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's worth talking about meta strategy here too, right? So Xanagir maybe, I suspect, playing a little bit more conservatively, because it would be great to at least get one full finish in, even if it's not the fastest finish.
Mm-hmm. I think I'll spike boots as well for Hectique, so increased jump damage.
If that's really helpful for Hundun, but then also any enemy in Cosmic Ocean. That's one of those key items that they're going to be looking for almost every run, and they'll be willing to take a detour to get it. This is great looking around and seeing no runners in the dwelling at this point. They're all at least considering early runs. And they all look in good enough shape that I think that these are runs that they're intending to take through the Cosmic Ocean no matter what. They're not looking for any extra items.
And our three runners who have yet to complete a run are, currently going Hectique, Xana, and Grump. Are our three who remain remaining who didn't manage to complete a run yesterday for no other reason than just unlucky ends, because both, I think, Xanagir made it to 773 and Hectique and Grump both into like the mid-high 80s, so they were so close to the end, but just all it takes is one moment, to take
one
everything
moment,
away from
one
you.
level, exactly. So we're seeing Hectique rob Madame Tusks, and he is looking for both the Kapala and also just a quick health recharge before going later on to the game. I'm realizing he's going to attempt a really, really difficult skip on Tiamat. So he doesn't have the jetpack, which is our standard approach to cheesing the Tiamat fight and getting straight to Sunken City. But instead he's going to have to manipulate bubbles to get up there. That gets a little bit easier if we find a jetpack along the way there.
Yeah, and the guaranteed altar here in 6-3 is really big, especially since usually altars is just such a random thing, and with so many bodies, you can get your way to a Kapala.
Sees he just needs one more. We saw D2. Ooh. So shot a bullet through that last guard, and unfortunately, there's a force field behind. He was up at 16 HP, and so that didn't kill Hectique, but pretty scary moment there.
Okay.
Yeah, we've seen
We
that.
see
Garen.
Spef now reaching 6-4. Going to be aggressively attacking Tiamat for sure, definitely. Because that's what we do in this particular category.
Yeah, Speff has looked so good doing this. Just straight up the middle, no hesitation. Just the right tapping, and he makes it up there. So
Yeah,
Hectic has... Hectic's going to have a little tougher time. Takes out a Scorpion there. That could have actually caused trouble for him in just a bit. Alright, what do we got here? So he's waiting for a bubble right up the middle, and he's going to try to time it so the bubble passes through the force fields at the right increments. This is the bubble, I believe.
I think this is the first time we're seeing this strat as well. Or at least it's the first time I'm witnessing it. Most of the time our runners have the jetpack available. That's, well...
That is probably the end of that particular run.
Maybe we bounce up. 3 more. Come on, bounce. And no.
And the Yank. Okay, let's...
One more try?
Yeah. You got this. Oh yeah, it does reset you back to the beginning of the room.
I believe Hectic tried this yesterday as well.
Similar outcome, right?
I think Hectic is just immediately like, well, you know what? We're going again. Just right down to the bottom there, taking the death and beginning another run back in the dwelling. Good attempt there, though. Like, he was trying, but not getting that jetpack definitely made it harder there.
Okay, let's have a look around, see who else is running, see where we've got some of our runners are in 6. We have, I believe, Grump is currently preparing to get all the way to Cosmic Ocean. So maybe jump over and watch Grump for a bit.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
We're in the good old Get Your Light Arrows challenge, aka sit in the top corner and you should be fine.
Most of the time. Yeah, we've seen a couple of runners take a more dangerous approach to this challenge and not destroy the creature spawner, and so far it's worked out. I just get a little bit nervous anytime I see him saving one or two bombs that way.
Also, something of note there that we just saw a group getting that bomb pack, that survival pack, and using the clone gun to clone it 3 times. And most of the time, this is how our runners are farming up their resources before they go into the Cosmic Ocean.
Yep, so he would usually be maxed out at 99 bombs here, but I'm guessing he used the clone gun on something else, possibly a damsel to get the Kapala. But I think 80 bombs and 80 ropes is a pretty good kit to go into Cosmic Ocean. It's a tricky situation. Yeah, he's trying to avoid getting poisoned by that arrow. Poison can certainly end runs in Cosmic Ocean. The constant HP loss, but also the mini stuns that come out every 30 seconds. So once again, we've got all the runners in the middle of a good run. Hectic just went down, but now in this next life, he found a jetpack in the dwelling. So we'll definitely see him moving on very, very quickly.
Yeah, Krill just got the skip as well and is entering World 7.
Yep, and Speff is already ahead to take on Hundun. Just 14 minutes in, taking out the final boss of the game, and then we're going to be on to Cosmic Ocean. So we're seeing Groom go through the same fight. A little scary there. Okay, really scary.
Seemingly broke the tube.
Oh.
seemingly broke the tube whilst he was trying to ride it over to the east side of the map. It is a strange fight in general, though.
Yeah, I was surprised that left head was still alive. He had the spike shoes and was stomping on Hundun's head, but sometimes that can be a little bit unpredictable since the damage is based on the time you're in the air before stomping on the head. I think the water might have had an interaction there.
Yeah, the water falling upwards is definitely a lot harder to deal with than it might seem.
So the one thing we're going to need to verify after this kill, is the bow still around, or has Hundun crushed it? And I am not seeing it.
Yeah, that looks like a reset. That's
Tough
super
luck.
unfortunate.
Yeah.
So Xanagir going for using the tablet to find a particular idol here. So we've only seen this once, so would you be able to remind us of kind of exactly what this achieves for our runners?
Sure, so there's... actually, Doug, do you want to take this one, or...?
Sure. Well, Xana's doing what I guess most players would do. We often call the chain. And so in some, Xana's trying to get a special flying dog that is usually the thing that you ride above the lasers to get to Sunken City. Now, we've seen most of the runners use a jetpack or ropes or some kind of strategy to skip all this entirely. But if you're not doing that skip of the lasers, you need a sequence of items. And the final item is one of these many random different statues that are made of a different material and of a different symbol and different size. And you get a tablet along the way, either in the Secret World Duat or in Abzu, and tells you which of those statues, different randomly every run, which one to pick. So yeah, Xana here, I suspect taking a slightly more conservative strategy, doing the full chain, just trying to get to Cosmic Ocean, maybe get that first completion, then can worry about optimizing time.
Just a few minutes up front that's going to lose for Xanagir, but yeah, we want a completion, get on the board, and then start doing faster strategies.
The spooky friend is hanging out, but Groomp being fairly confident there, getting past it. Shall we bring up Xanagir? Kind of towards the end of this, so looking to get into Cosmic Ocean.
Sounds great.
Plus we get to see some up close Vlad's cape.
Yeah, I always like seeing 6-3. It's the most dangerous level in Spelunky. Oop.
Or Twiggle.
Or Twiggle, that works.
We have Twiggle now.
So yeah, now up to 6 runners. That makes sense.
Might have been an accident somewhere, but okay.
We'll take it. We just want to see some Spelunky. That's all that matters.
That's 6 runners though. T will be along a little bit later, of course.
He's scoping out the competition before he comes back. Who are my threats?
Gosh, and didn't DT beat Cosmic Ocean on his very first run yesterday?
I think so.
It was certainly early. That was a long time ago.
Speaking of Cosmic Ocean, Krill is actually in Cosmic Ocean, 7.5, or 7.6 now. So that 141 clear for him is already being worked on, 2.5 minutes ahead. Keep an eye on Krill.
Yep.
Just on the side. So we can let Twiggle get a bit partial way through his run.
Yeah, it looks good. Still looking for that first jetpack or the first set of items that will make him consider going deep into the Cosmic Ocean. See if this is enough. Yeah, there's some mobility. We'll take the cape. couple extra bombs, but it's going to cost him shopkeeper aggro. Let's see what this choice is here. Alright, looks like we are going to be going back for those items there. Take the shield, take the shield. Ah. That was one of my...
I was gonna say we've seen very little shield usage. So I assume obviously the main thing it just blocks projectiles first and foremost.
Yep, projectiles, flame. It can push enemies away and crush them. I think it's a pretty good item. I've seen some runners find utility in it in Cosmic Ocean. It's a very rare drop from the lobster samurai that we've seen a few times. So kill enough of those, you might get a shield, and it's a actual genuine speed strat in Cosmic Ocean. So we haven't seen it yet, and one of the reasons is you can't bring it into the Cosmic Ocean. But I'm a big believer in the shield. We used to run shield runs in Spelunky HD, and that was one of my favorite things to do. And it was just a silly little category where we tried to kill the final boss using a shield rather than bombs or any other method. But that was just a really fun challenge run that we haven't found an analog for in Spelunky 2 just yet.
Yeah, so you can see. Go to sleep. So he was waiting for the hired help to grab the dog, Monty. Sorry, not the dog, Monty. And then take them both with him, but.
Yep, and we're gonna see exactly why he's taking them with him.
Climbing glove? Maybe you normally see him grab those.
I've seen him grab them in other circumstances, and maybe it's the combination of climbing glove and Vlad's cape that he likes, but definitely a situational pickup. I'm interpreting this run so far as wanting to go through the black market, not just through the jungle for pace, but I think he does want the full loadout. So he might be just holding off for a jetpack rather than settling for a cape plus climbing gloves. But it's hard to tell for sure, so we're learning in real time what these runners' strategies are.
Parachute, let's go. How often would you see runners use parachutes in this run, do you reckon? I feel like not a lot at all, because everyone has, other methods of stopping their fall.
So I've seen runners pick up parachutes in a crate in Cosmic Ocean, and then immediately set it off to make sure it doesn't disrupt them. Prior to Cosmic Ocean, I think it's a pretty good backup utility item, but yeah, I haven't seen that they wanted to use it in the Cosmic Ocean. It's also more useful before you have a jetpack or a cape or Vlad's cape, and so since they'll always have that, I think that's another reason. But Twiggle finding the black market here, using the Ujat Eye from World 1, and now we're going to be inside this shopkeeper area. Be curious to see what he picks up.
Ooh.
Telepack. That's an option.
Ooh.
Good way to break the record. Pick up the telepack and live for 90 plus levels. Alright, got that Kapala. Very nice. And yeah, we're seeing all the runners make a good early progress. We saw Hectic die attempting to get to Sunken City, but he's already in the Sun Challenge already on that next run. And then, of course, we still have Speff and Krill already inside Cosmic Ocean, and Xanagir moving ahead. Looks like one more level before Hundun. 2 more levels.
Some spiky boots there for Twiggle. Not opting for the telepack, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's too bad.
We do need the bow though, so it's understandable.
I hope we see it today. Full speed strats here for Twiggle. Some of the time, the runners are going to be waiting for Olmec to make these stomps to get into Waddler, but he's got a ton of bombs from the black market, and he's going to be able to save some of that time that it took to get there just by using him here. He's probably a little disappointed about not getting that jetpack there. Hopefully it works out.
Very clean understanding of here.
Is the next best place to get a jetpack the gambling den from Tusk coming up?
That's probably right, yeah. Or just loose shops that might come up in Sunken City, but there's no more... There aren't great opportunities for it at this point, frankly.
Ooh. Twiggle. Jeez, you can see the eyebrow raise. That was very close. Luckily, he was low enough that there wasn't enough full speed to actually clean him up. Teleporter. Hello, mate. Oh, he's grabbed it. He somewhat took it with him and then left it behind. Ah.
Yeah, it looks like he's just... Go ahead.
Yeah, money, a problem. Not enough money to play.
Is he going back to play? Got a couple more plays in him. There's also the ghost chest as well.
Unlucky. Yeah, nothing good so far. One last play?
Oh. He kind of screwed himself over there.
So you did give me a jetpack, take your dice. Oh no. So unfortunately with that, back to the start, that jetpack really being an elusive item right now for a few of our runners. They want it, but it's not appearing when they need it. So Twiggle, he's back to the start. Hectic also, he's back to the start too. So both of these runners now on that hunt for those items, and maybe we'll get that jetpack. There we go. There's one for Hectic.
We had Krill doing the famed blood mining from a mummy in the Cosmic Ocean.
No.
Yeah, he got poisoned really early, and so needing to spend, looks like over a minute to gather some HP here.
Yeah, had a bit of an unfortunate 7:15 as well. Like, couldn't find an orb. It was hidden behind some part of the map, so kind of like kept missing it and lost a good minute there. But it seems like further time loss here, needing to stock up on some HP.
Yep, and hopefully he realizes that he's got quite a few levels to make up the time, so not going for 20-second levels, but more like 29-second levels to make up for that time. We saw another telepack for Twiggle, and that would have been go time in All Shortcuts Tiamat, but not today, apparently.
Let's jump over to Krill and actually watch that bit, just because they're in Cosmic Ocean.
Oh.
We had Krill reporting to us, had one orb completely hidden behind a front layer rock, having to go through the entire level 5 times before finding it. So tough going in the Cosmic Ocean.
Very tough. I'm really glad that when we started to switch over Krill, he was falling, and I'm really glad that he landed in some quicksand instead of just dying as soon as we mentioned his name.
Yeah, I was expecting the Ankh to be out there. I was expecting us to
Yeah.
switch over. It's like, oh, here's the Ankh being used. It's like, nope. We safe landed there. Very lucky on the landing. We've seen very lucky on the landing. We've seen too many of our runners here, unfortunately, get stunned in some form and then fall off the wrong side of the Cosmic Ocean and then, unfortunately, end up going splat. Because fall damage is very lethal in the game.
Yep. Anything beyond just a screen or so is gonna kill you, and in the Cosmic Ocean, it's not uncommon to fall for 8 or 9 screens and then finally land while still stunned.
Okay.
So since we're watching Krill just now, like, this is the first runner into Cosmic Ocean. We're at 719, and there's another 70 odd levels to go here. As like, this part is like, I often hear Cosmic Ocean described as the game within the game. Because you get the first part of the run, which is we're seeing our runners get all the way up through 7.4. And then once you get into 7.5, into the ocean itself, then the real game begins. Is that an accurate assessment of the category, would you say?
That sounds about right. Yeah, it switches from being this exploration game to more of an arcadey style. Each level is generated in the same way.
Ooh, Yeti, why?
Yeah,
Thankfully,
it does sort of feel like other games where your character goes to an arcade machine and inside that game is another experience.
that's actually a really good way of thinking about it, actually, yeah. You jump in, it's like secret game within your game there. It's like, let's go. But yeah, fortunately, being hit by that Yeti there, straight down the void in a straight line, which is very, very nice. Like, thankfully, no major mistakes where you ended up sitting there. It's like, okay, you're going at an angle, you may collide with terrain. No, we're straight down. We're going for a quick nap. We'll wake up and then we'll jetpack away.
Yeah, anytime you're falling on an angle, though, you're really worried, am I going to survive? Or is this the end of my run? Or at least, am I cashing in my Ankh at this point? This is great to see so many runners getting into Sunken City this early. We've got, looks like 3 already inside Cosmic Ocean. We've got Groom coming up, just 1 or 2 more levels. Hectic with a really nice loadout again, finding another jetpack. And then Twiggle.
Wow.
Not his fault. He's only seen, I think, the yellow cape so far, so not getting those items. And he's put in the time. He went to the black market. He saw a bunch of shops, and just none of them had the jetpack for sale or for steal.
So Spike Shoes never Hectic. Hectic again making good pace, like 5-6 minutes down to 5-1. So, we were talking about the his aggressive play and the speed at which he likes to play this early game and get into Cosmic Ocean, and it's really showing itself again here.
Oh, for sure. So also moving really quickly is Krill. Even after that early tough start and needing to farm blood from the mummy, he is about 2 minutes ahead of his previous split, so it's going to be challenging Twiggle and potentially Speth moving up the leaderboard at this current pace.
Yeah, just having a look at our stats there as well. I said Crow was the first one in Cosmic Ocean. That was clearly incorrect, as Speth right now is running 735 at the moment. So a good 10 levels ahead at the moment. Currently 2 minutes behind his PB. But of course, as we were discussing earlier, Cosmic Ocean, completely random every time you come through. You may get some levels that you can finish in literally 4 seconds. Other levels can take you upwards of like 3-4 minutes. But we'll have to keep an eye on all our runners here, like kind of a mini race right now between Speth and Krill coming through the ocean.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know whether the runners are looking at each other's runs in real time, but we're so used to competing like that in the community that I wonder if they don't have the stream open to see that and really feel that race with each other in real time.
I think because of the nature of this run and this category, normally when it comes to like competition, it's kind of we like it where usually runners doing their own thing and just leaving it at that is usually kind of the done thing. But this feels like one of those things where there's nothing that can happen when the other runners do that is going to affect or kind of like give you an edge, because it's just what it is. Like these floors will do what they do because roguelike.
Sounds right to me.
So yeah, I think that kind of like that essence of they're everyone's in the same boat when it comes to this category. So
ooh, there's the just noticing on group screen there in the fight, the Ankh is unfortunately being used. No bow at the moment. Need to hope that it doesn't get crushed again. We don't want to see that twice. But boss is now down. Need to see if the bow can be recovered. It can, thankfully. So now, just needs to get that shot. Waits for the lineup. And into the Cosmic Ocean group goes. However, doesn't have that safety net anymore. So it is a one life Cosmic Ocean for group here.
Yeah, just a little bit of added pressure, but I think Groom can handle it. I believe in the Ankless run.
Group has an Ankh. An Ankh?
Nope.
No. He does. It's just kind of hard to see because of the yellow heart.
No, he just used it in the boss fight.
Oh, I'm looking at Krill like an idiot. Sorry. I'm literally the biggest muppet in the world. I wasn't even looking at names. I was just looking at the person who we were focusing on. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a professional caster and I pay attention to my feed. Sorry, Groomp. Yeah, mate, you're getting bodied.
Okay, fair enough. Wow, that just comes out of nowhere. And you mentioned that, and then we go right into a tempo level, please.
Oh god, yeah, sorry, mate.
Let's see some mummy farming. Need to get that HP up.
That's a lot of crush blocks.
No mummy this time.
I did really...
Sorry. No! GG's.
Well, that happened. Anyway, sorry, Doug, you're saying?
No, I was going to say I did really appreciate the showmanship of Group throughout yesterday. A bunch of really fun moments. I felt like playing a little bit to the crowd.
Oh, definitely.
For sure,
It
for
was
sure.
Hilarious. Very, very fun moments. A lot of great things that you might have not otherwise seen. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I hope to see more from Grump again later on today.
Yeah, we could see Groomp react in real time to some of the comments we were making. Krill's also listening, but also just taking notes silently to tell us whenever there's a good opportunity for a break. Any missed calls by the casters. Noting those down.
I think one thing he's actually doing, I think every now and then I see him kind of like look to his right and like scribble some notes. It seems like maybe just like handwritten notes of like situations that occurred, so that so it's like basically banking knowledge, which I think is a pretty cool idea as well. I'm not sure what those notes are, but it appears to be scribblings of probably things that have occurred to be aware of them for next time, tendencies in the world.
Still looking at a really good pace for Krill, over 2 minutes below his current PB. We had Spef get a slower start going into the Cosmic Ocean, but he's really picked up the pace, now solidly into the green area. Green splits, that is.
Should remind you as well that at the bottom of the screen you will see the a simple leaderboard. We have a bigger leaderboard for you, but obviously we've got 6 runners going right now, so we don't want to obscure view too much right now. But yeah, in first place is T with a 108. Spef, as we were mentioning, is ahead of his current event PB, which is a 122.34. So yeah, being ahead of that is good. You know, maybe it's not right enough right now to, you know, dethrone T, but, you know, it's all progress. Speaking of which, it is actually 45 minutes past the hour, which means that we should probably take our first break of the day. So yeah, we'll just take 3 minutes. We'll be back afterwards as well. We'll try and keep you updated with anything that happens whilst we are on break. But again, a quick thank you to our sponsors, Twitch, Kaspersky, ViewSonic Elite, and Mossmouth. Mossmouth, the developers of Spelunky 2, also provided the $5,000 prize pool that our 7 runners are vying for over the course of the last 2 days. So thank you very, very much to them. And we will be back after a few minutes with more Spelunky 2 and Cosmic Ocean. Don't go anywhere.
Good afternoon, everybody. You are watching Break the Record Live featuring Spelunky 2. For those of you just joining us, we are about 15 minutes in our final day here. And if you're not too sure about what is going on, we have 7 of the top runners of the Spelunky 2 Cosmic Ocean category here trying to compete for their share of a $5,000 prize pool. Going to pull up the leaderboard here that you can see just the current standings that we've got. Primary method of placement here is based on how deep into the Cosmic Ocean you can go. We're looking for our runners to get down to that 799 floor and finish the Cosmic Ocean. And then afterwards, it is based on time. So as you can see, we have 4 runners who have successfully made it down to 799 and escaped the Cosmic Ocean there. And we've got our 3 other runners. We've got Groomp, Hectic, and Xanagar still trying to get that full clear. DT currently in first with a 1 hour, 8 minute and 45 second clear. Speff with a 1:22:34. Twiggle with a 1:35:14. And Krill with that 1:41:46. Groomp at a 1:44:35 only gets to 789 though. Hectic with a 59-minute time, really fast, but unfortunately dying at 785. And Xanagar getting that 1:38:43 and reaching floor 773. We're hoping to see more completions here. We're hoping to see faster completions, so stick around for the next 11 hours worth of content here. And of course, joining me on the hosting and commentary desk here, I have my fellow hosts, X and Boy the Hero, alongside community caster Doug. How you all doing?
Hey.
Coffee's starting to kick in. Splunky's looking great. I'm doing wonderful.
I do need another cup of tea, I think. One's not enough for the morning. I say the morning, it's the afternoon. I should have definitely been awake by now, but, you know,
So
late
I have
nights
to
mean late starts.
point this out. Krill just ran by a teleporter. So
Oh, no.
any sort of reaction in Twitch chat to this cowardly behavior by Krill?
Poor Krill.
I understand the safety. I appreciate the safety. I do wish there was the telepack coming out though.
See, Krill's had some absolutely like legendary levels recently, just very, very attractive. And then suddenly, a few levels, you know, went all the way to minus 830, and now back down to minus 616. Lost a couple of minutes on 2 floors that were very, very tricky. But another good floor here, Tide Pool layer. Not too bad. There you go.
I love
Time
the
save.
fact.
Bosh.
I love the fact there that just over in the side of the left of the scroll screen there, we had one enemy falling downwards and one enemy falling upwards. It's like, you jumped off and you were on the ceiling. So the joys of the ever looping Cosmic Ocean.
So to clarify as well, Beth did reset just at the end of that break. Was going pretty good, but started a brand new one just as we came back from break. So another minute 40 into a new run. But I wasn't quite sure what caught it. If anyone did, let me know, and we can try and clarify that for you. As we have Hectic into 720 at 20 minutes. All right.
The speed.
Okay.
The speed, though.
Yeah. We were talking earlier about Hectic's aggressive play, and we're going to see that. Yeah.
I mean, Hectic finished yesterday saying, it's like, perhaps I'm too aggressive. And I remember, X, you were saying, it's like, Hectic doesn't have a slower gear. He's going to keep going fast, and that's just how he plays. Fast, dangerous, and lives on the edge. And hopefully, it'll pay off here. Like I really do want to see all our runners get 799 clear. Shake up that leaderboard a bit more.
Yep. I also think Hectique knew when saying that was unlikely to happen. The ability to just hold back a little bit. That whatever we can tell ourselves to make us feel like we're doing the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this pace is really impressive, and I hope he's able to keep the same pace and not either have disaster happen or slow down once we start to get close to that world record time.
I have to say, our Swedish runner is absolutely krilling it right now. Minus 947. So good.
Yeah, I think he just got into a groove. He also may have been playing a little bit more conservatively at this point in the previous PB he has on stream, but this pace is excellent. I think there is a shot that he could actually take over the leaderboard if he's able to continue at this pace. So challenging for DT's #1 slot. Really tricky exit there, avoiding that orange frog and that spear trap, but making it out alive. Moving on, and that's what counts.
Beautiful to see these really fast levels when you find all 3 bubbles all at once.
Yeah, that I can also say that feels really great as a player, especially when it comes after a really tough level. Just seeing 3 bubbles plus the exit right away and just moving on. This one's a little more complicated, but a really tight corridor here. Just enough space. Well done, Krill. And here's another promising level. We always love to see the ice caves. It's so wide open. Certainly still tons of things that can kill the runner, but I'm always happy when I see this level in the Cosmic Ocean.
Hectic's screen has the bouncing Yetis so close to the spikes. Why would you put them there? Oh, mummy farm potentially? Oh, okay, no mummy farm for Hectic there, unfortunately. Mummy moved over to the bomb range there and exploded.
Yep, once again, Hectic deciding can't slow down for anything.
That monkey's having a nightmare right there. Okay, just going forever. God.
Guess you could say things are looking a bit hectic for that monkey. Not the only one that can do bad puns.
I'm just saying though, mate, just as an aside, that was on Krill's stream though, so, you know, whilst I appreciate
partial credit.
And you're not wrong, you know. Is that I thought it was the same monkey still falling. Just came with him.
Listen, I'm just trying to get a twiggle out of you, okay?
Okay, sure, fine.
That's 2, so it counts as 1, right?
Yeah.
That works.
I mean, if we look further afield, Xana's gearing up for a pretty solid run right now.
You know, I like this. We've got a really good group going on.
Yeah, I think so.
I think we're killing Exit at the same time.
I'm letting you guys do all the dirty work here. That's fine with me.
What do you mean dirty work? There is sorry. There is artistry to punning, sir. Oh, do you see that? The jetpack, he dropped it and just bounced at the right time just to not die from that landing on the jellyfish. Oh, but he's fine. He's safe. He's safe. We're cool. So earlier we saw Krill like grind out a ton of HP on a mummy using the blood to kind of gain like 60 odd, down to 31, so halved that HP value since then. Something just to be aware of that, you know, before long there might need to be another grind or hopefully get a grind on for more HP in a temple level. And it's a little bit worrying when you start praying to see a temple level. At what point have we reached?
Yeah, great point. And it's a combination of just taking chip damage here and there, and then also the endless tick of the poison. I'm also curious to know if he's going to do another mummy farm, or if he's going to use that Ankh as a way of getting rid of that poison in the future. Really nice drop there. Just to give a sense of the pace, he's now a little over 11 minutes ahead of his former PB, but the pace is still sufficient that he's going to be challenging not just his own PB, but spots 1, 2, and 3 in the leaderboard are still very much in play for him.
This is a bit of a tricky layer. A lot of stuff going on here.
Yeah, it's a really big and also really dense Sunken City level. And those bubbles are hiding. There we go.
And there's the third one.
Well, we've had Hectic catch up to Xanagir. They're both on 732 right now.
Oh yeah.
It's insane speed here.
Both on 732 with a 30-minute disparity. Bloody Nora. Hectic.
Wow, really nice exit.
I think it is worth noting. I suspect Xana is going for a somewhat more conservative attempt, just to get on the leaderboard with a completion. Would be a nice way to start the day.
For sure. It's no reflection on Xana's approach. You know, again, just completing the run is credit in itself. But yeah, it's just also a testament to the pace that Hectic has been putting out this weekend.
Just watching this Krill exit here. Wow.
Okay.
So yeah, that's the danger of not scouting the exit. Just so many traps that he has to deal with while also running away from the jellyfish. But he's doing that because it saves time. So good on him to keep this pace going.
Yeah, I mean, if you can scout it out in the same breath, then that's great. But it's like never going to be a guaranteed. Ooh.
This came up in DT's run as well, but the main reason why Krill isn't using a ton of bombs yet, you see we're still at 82, is because of that 2.5 seconds before the bomb goes off. So it would usually be slower to actually deal with the terrain using bombs than it is to just deal with the traps. And just like DT, Krill's been using ropes far more frequently. So using them just to avoid slowing down and dealing with enemies in any other fashion.
Xanagir popping his Ankh.
Yeah.
Here's
Also,
that tempo level you were looking for Krill. Need to see if we can find a mummy in here for some farming.
Has he? He's lost his jetpack as well.
He's been working with Vlad's cape. And
oh, there it is. There it is.
Infinitely falling.
With no cape.
Oh.
The jelly found him.
You can't see it because Xana's not on the big screen right now, but Xanagir has the biggest laugh right there, falling down and landing right on the jellyfish. It's like, oh no.
I like how the snapshot as well is just an endlessly falling caveman and Vlad's cape.
Insult to injury.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that animated Polaroid is another thing that just makes dying on Spelunky feel a little bit better than it otherwise would have.
Oh, there's Hectic's Ankh being popped as well. So he's got I think that's what, around the 40 floors there? 38. So we now have another 61 floors without that safety net now. 28 minutes in though, that's an insane pace.
crucially still has the jetpack though.
Yeah,
Mhm.
there's definitely deaths, and there's deaths where you lose your jetpack, and happy to report it's just the first. So yeah, Hectic's still potentially on a sub-hour pace if he's going to be completing levels in roughly 30 seconds. That's been the sort of the par time that I've thought of for these runners who are really going after it.
Right. As well, it's past the hour, so I'm going to. I'm going to jump off for now and leave Ix and Doug to take over. I believe Argix, you're going to be joining me in heading out for now. But we will be back later. Yeah, hope you guys have been enjoying it and keep on supporting the old Spelunky too. And yeah, cheers for having us.
Sounds great. Go get that cup of tea.
Oh yeah.
See you later, folks.
Take care.
Oh gosh, well we've been following Krill for quite some time. Should we move on to another runner and possibly come back if we're still going at it?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, how about we haven't seen Twiggle in a while. Lots to keep track of here. So once I saw the temple level, not in the Cosmic Ocean, I immediately wanted to move over to him.
Yeah.
The quick thing to note here, he's got the right resources, but also the alien compass. So spending some extra time early to make those later Cosmic Ocean levels a little bit easier to deal with and potentially completing them faster.
Ix, have we seen other runners go after the alien compass yesterday? I think Twiggle was mainly the person doing that. Is that right?
I think that's right. I want to give someone credit if they also did, but this is the one that stood out that went pretty deep, and in fact finished with the alien compass. So this seems to be a very Twiggle specific strategy, at least at this point in the event. I remember you and I were talking when the game first came out about just how important is this, the temple run. Is it worth it to potentially lose your mobility items? And I think it's still an unresolved question, even at this high speedrunning level.
I think it's cool though that the chill and skip allows you to kind of go for the temple, but not have to lose the jetpack and Duat. I mean, Duat's super cool. So it's a shame we won't see that. But yeah, it is nice that the temple is really a kind of viable pathway because of the alien compass.
Yeah, I'm really glad that Twiggle showed off Duat. I didn't expect to see it, but he was having a little fun putting on a show. But yeah, one of the most fun levels. I'm so used to looking for that jetpack or Vlad's cape as a speedrunner, but then Duat forcing us to just rely on your platforming ability, taking off that jetpack, and super fun area.
Yeah, I think yesterday definitely a little bit more room to kind of have fun, get a completion. I think today, given that the pace has been set so fast, it's kind of down to business.
Yep, and I think Twiggle had either 2 completions or one that got really late. So he's just slowly ramping it up to what will hopefully be a pretty run pretty close to an hour. So just a couple minutes ahead of his current splits. The resource count isn't that great, and because he's diverted to the temple, he won't have access to those full 99 bombs that we've seen other runners get. Just currently valuing that alien compass more than those additional resources.
Ix, what's your take on that? Because it definitely seems like bombs are great, ropes maybe even more important. So this, like, do you value having more ropes or the alien compass?
That's a tough call. So most of my Cosmic Ocean runs have been before we really worked out that resource clone gun strategy, and so at that time I was really valuing the alien compass probably higher than most people in the community. Ultimately, it hasn't translated into a great run just yet, but after watching this event, I'm probably leaning towards the resources ultimately, unless I get a really good start. Alien Compass, that utility is just so important, but it's also more important when you're not as familiar with the jellyfish's movements. The runner's showing us how we can kite the jellyfish, and taking away some of the danger with that means that finding that exit isn't as important before popping those bubbles, and so the Alien Compass is probably worth a little bit less than I used to value it as.
Yeah, too bad the Alien Compass doesn't tell you where the 3 bubbles are, right?
We need a couple more items for that, but yeah, that would be something. Just have someone directing you.
There is a sun challenge on the 7-1. Ix, did you see at the beginning of yesterday, there were a lot of runs with a rare 7-2 sun challenge, which is a huge bummer because it means if you brought the clone gun all the way, unless you can find a hired hand or something, you don't get to clone that pack of bombs and ropes.
Yeah, that's
bad
right.
luck.
It was very disappointing for a couple of runners for that reason. I guess that also points towards the temple path, and it points towards the desirability of getting the Alien Compass.
Right, Alien Compass a sure thing as opposed to cloning the ropes and bombs.
Yep. The other thing to note with Twiggle's setup is because he only has 3 bombs, he's actually going to save those rather than taking out that alien spawner that we've seen other runners use with that strategy.
And no paste.
Yeah, this is going to be rough for sure. Just really changes your approach towards the cosmic ocean if you can't stick your bombs to the ceiling.
And we have, by the way, 4 other runners, or 4 runners not on the main screen in Cosmic Ocean. So
yeah,
definitely a lot of grinding happening.
Yep, and Xanagir once again looking for that kit, going down unfortunately, but I expect he'll be there very shortly.
Gosh, you almost wonder if Hectic's gonna catch up or get close to Krill at this pace. Probably not quite.
Yeah, it's gonna be close. We're gonna have a really tough decision as hosts of this event. Who should we be focusing on? But for now, we're gonna watch Twiggle one more level before Hundun. He has the spike shoes, but he doesn't have paste, so that lack of paste could make that boss fight a little bit hairy.
So, Ix, is it right? Even more important, given no paste, to kind of kill one of the heads coming up with a well-timed bomb.
Well-timed bomb or engaging with the spike shoes. Yeah, you really need to deal with that first head early. But really good news for Twiggle. On the very last level, he finds the second altar, and getting the Kapal at the exact last moment, right before the boss. Yeah, this might have even been close to a reset if we didn't see that item coming into Hundun.
Huge. Gosh, it'd be a great story. I hope he salvages this run. That's beautiful.
Yeah. Just a little slower than we've seen the other runners, but then he's going to make up some of the time, maybe a couple seconds every level in Cosmic Ocean, because he has that Alien Compass. Just want to be aware of where the other runners are. We'll probably move around a little bit after we see this fight, but Krill is on 770, and Hectic is catching up, as you mentioned, now on 754. Alright, so my first prediction is down the drain. He's got both heads out. Okay, that was really nice.
Yeah, excellent.
He was using the terrain from the second head to make it safe to stomp on the first head. But all right, I think we'll let Twiggle get a little bit deeper into the Cosmic Ocean run now that he's there, and let's check out Hectique's pace for now, and we'll of course keep an eye on Krill as he moves forward.
5 simultaneous runners in the Cosmic Ocean.
Too much action. Of course, that's never true. I want to see big PBs from all 5 runners simultaneously.
So let's get hopefully when DT joins 7 simultaneous Cosmic Oceans would be
Sounds good. All right, so only 38 minutes into level 757. Pretty good. I still have this 30-second timing in my head, and so what is that? Add 20 minutes. We're now looking at 58 if he is able to keep a 30-second pace. So potential sub-hour run in the works for Hectique. If I've done that math right, it is still pretty early. But yeah, we could see the leaderboard shaking up here, and you know, if you change 30 seconds as a pace to 28 seconds, then now we're talking world record range.
Yeah, wow.
I'm also looking over to Krill. We have the benefit of seeing the split times. Krill is now 18 minutes faster than his current PB, and also moving at a faster pace than his PB. So Krill is going to be challenging probably Speff for second place here, and certainly ahead of where Twiggle's last run is. Of course, that might not stand for very long because Twiggle continues to move very quickly in the Cosmic Ocean, making up the time from getting that alien compass.
And I believe Krill was the first person yesterday to finish all 99 levels.
That sounds right to me. I just watching so much Spelunky, I can only be so definitive about it, but that is my memory as well. Just I'm worried about Twitch chat yelling at me for saying anything wrong.
Yeah, they can correct us if we get that wrong. I'm pretty sure because I was there. I was pretty sure that was Krill. Would be nicely symmetrical to see Krill first out of the gate today.
Absolutely, just a super consistent, excellent runner. That's one thing that just keeps coming up. I know what these runners' PBs are like, but Krill in particular hasn't done a ton of streaming, so I wasn't sure if this was just a lot of time spent in the game translating to one good run. But what I'm seeing is he's just a super consistent fast runner, and so yeah, just I love to see this. So really tricky exit here for Hectique, and so this is going to probably cost a couple of seconds off that 30-second pace.
Well, and these little dings, right, add up with 6 health now, 7 health, but gotta be a little careful here.
So Hectique saw a mummy at only 7 HP, but didn't even consider stopping to farm for blood. That's just the mentality that he's moving at right now. There's no reason to slow down. And a mummy would not have helped there.
No.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's check on Krill. I think is close enough to the end that we might see a new best time. Yeah, that's unfortunate. So Volcana, one of the reasons why I think it's one of the most dangerous stages is lava men coming out of pots, lava dripping, fireballs everywhere, and taking out Hectique. Even if he didn't die from that, losing that jetpack would have just completely crushed Hectique's pace. So just looking over, not taking any breaks, immediately jumping into the dwelling again, realizing this is not my fault, I went for it, and starting again.
I just realized with Krill, poisoned, only 5 health left.
Yeah, so we mentioned this a little bit before. It's been slowly ticking away. He hasn't stopped to farm mummy juice, mummy vomit for quite some time. He still has the Ankh left, and so that is going to keep him alive, even if he does go down from poison.
Right. Yeah,
That might be like an intended use.
Yeah, you must be right. That's...
Yeah, can't waste any time. Need to move up into second place. Let's see, 20 levels left. 30 seconds a pop. That would put him at 115. A little more time for some leeway. He's definitely looking at a second place finish if he's able to move forward at this pace or close to it.
Yeah, I'm always interested in the strategy around that too. Like for the different runners, and I'm sure goals are different for all of them. But is it all in on first place, or going slightly more conservatively, aiming at a second, third, fourth place? There's a kind of meta strategic question there in terms of how many risks, how aggressive do you want to play? Right.
Yeah, I think the only person who has a really clear answer for that is DT, and then my guess is Speff is also thinking not just for a personal best outside the event, but he wants that first place for sure.
So if the goal is first place or nothing, like at what point do you actually like restart, possibly even in the Cosmic Ocean?
Yeah, so the runner that I'm thinking about for that is really Hectique. So what I've seen so far is he wants to finish below 110, possibly below an hour, and is not currently worried that they're sitting in 6th place because they haven't completed a run. But yeah, everyone's approaching it differently. I don't think we'll fully know that answer until only a few hours left in today's stream.
Yeah, we've had a few people in the chat ask where DT is. DT was the last runner on the stream yesterday, so it was running a little later than the other runners. So I think fair enough to take a later start.
He got a really nice showcase. He was in there in overtime, and I can't wait to see what he does when he's able to come back. Just noticing Krill's now at 1 hit point with a jellyfish after him. He still hasn't located the exit, but is going to get a fresh start after this Ankh, and hopefully is able to trace his way back and move forward.
Yeah, tense time here.
Here we go. Very nice.
Yeah. I guess this little moment of vulnerability too, until can mine enough blood to get a little higher in health.
All right, so no longer poisoned. 780. Resource count is looking good. Gonna take a look around right now. Speff into 726. Another one of these slow starts, but now really turning it on now that he's in the Cosmic Ocean, moving faster than his previous PB pace, which was a 122 run in total. So certainly still looking to challenge for first place here. Got Xanagir doing the Moon Challenge, trying to get that Cosmic Ocean run started. Groomp is already into 723. Doing one of these Vlad's Cape runs. So we've seen Groomp coming into the ocean with both jetpacks and Vlad's Capes. It's just taking whatever's available to him. Twiggle on...
doesn't... Groomp does not have the alien compass though.
Sure.
So it's a kind of mixing and matching between those two kind of paths.
Love it.
The game.
We should also mention Twiggle already 20 levels deep into the Cosmic Ocean, moving much faster than his previous pace, already making up 6 minutes compared to his previous PB, and just on a pace that would put him probably close to Speff's time in number 2 if he's able to keep that pace for the rest of the run. Just noticing the alien compass is going to make that even more possible. And then finally, just to close it out, Hectique starting 1-1 in the Dwelling after a really impressive but ultimately unsuccessful Cosmic Ocean run.
Yeah, I wonder if Groomp, maybe a little like Xanagir earlier, is going a little bit more conservatively just to get that first completion on the board.
Yeah, I can see that. Other thing to note about Groom's current situation is he does not have an Ankh and only has 5 hit points. So probably looking for one of those mummy farms that we've seen from him throughout the competition, just to push out the probability of completing, dealing with things like poison. Really tricky stage. Oh, go ahead.
We got Spef taking a break on 731. It's nice that the kind of between level screen allows you to go take a bathroom break or get a drink of water between all these many levels.
Yep, pace is looking good now that he's gotten into the Cosmic Ocean. And we're seeing him, the stream doesn't, but he is now back at his chair. This 782 for Krill was really brutal. He had a route all planned out to the exit, but then some of these egg sacs popped, and that just blocked his route. It was almost a 2-minute level, and so putting it back a little bit, but still challenging for that second place was Spef.
One nice thing, in a game that has so much RNG, a challenge like the Cosmic Ocean with so many levels, to some degree, the variance starts to kind of even out across so many levels, I think. Like, it's got to be expected that you have at least a few slow levels, right?
Absolutely, yeah. So we'll feel it in real terms as a runner when we have multiple Neo-Babylon levels back to back. But yeah, over the course of 99, it's, we're starting to invoke the law of large numbers and...
Yep.
So Spef coming back from break had an unfortunate accident at the top of an ice cave level, so a rare death in that case. But there's no level that's safe for runners in the Cosmic Ocean. But unfortunately, that means he's going to be restarting in the Dwelling.
So we have 3 of our 6 current runners in the Cosmic Ocean.
Oh yeah. Xanagir not far behind. He's been taking quite a few Vlad's Capes runs into the Cosmic Ocean, but this time he's managed to find a jetpack. Still missing the Kapala and pace, but that's a pretty good kit to be at just in the Olmec phase.
And
Another tight
Kapala...
corridor.
Oh yeah. Jeez, what a mess. Sunken City, tight corridors.
Yep, so just losing a bit of time on a couple of really tough Sunken City levels. Off-screen arrow trap, and that's going to end it, unfortunately, for Krill. Oh, that's really unfortunate. And really, there was not a ton he could have done there. That was an arrow-triggered off-screen that went for him right as he got started on the level. Really unfortunate. Just would have wished that he had that Ankh still to survive that sort of nonsense, but not the case. And at that point, this is probably a good chance to remind people that they're watching Break the Record live. Today we're playing Spelunky 2 and many trips to the Cosmic Ocean. I want to give a quick shout out to our sponsors, Kaspersky, ViewSonic Elite, and our prize pool sponsor, Mossmouth, who is also the developer of Spelunky 2. But I think this is a good chance to take a break and learn from our sponsors. Hello and welcome back to Break the Record Live. We're playing Spelunky 2. The category is the Cosmic Ocean. I'm Ix, hosting for this hour, and with me is Doug Wilson.
Hey.
All right, so we've seen a lot of interesting plays so far. One thing that I want to highlight as we're coming back from break is Xanagir has picked up an eggplant. So this was a secret item in Spelunky HD, and he's attempting to not only go to the Cosmic Ocean, but visit a second secret area in Eggplant World. Doug, do you want to talk a little bit about the importance of the eggplant in the Spelunky lore, or?
Oh boy, where to start? So, I mean, Eggplant, a secret item in the last game, Spelunky HD. One of the last secrets that was ever discovered in that game was there was a special way to kill the secret final boss of that game with this item, the eggplant. You sacrifice any present on an altar becomes an eggplant. Anyway, long story, but that special kill with the eggplant was always intended to be for co-op play. Well, turns out through a bunch of glitches, Spelunky players figured out how to do that solo, which was unintended by the design team, which was really cool, and became such a part of Spelunky lore that it became a more formalized part of Spelunky 2. So there's a whole, which I hope maybe we'll see Xanagir get to, a whole special eggplant world. And Ix, we were talking about before, this isn't necessarily just showing off, right? Like there is a special item, special crown you get in the eggplant world that arguably is useful in Cosmic Ocean.
So we'll talk about Eggplant World. I just want to say the importance of the Eggplant run. I never would have bought Spelunky, or at least it would have been much later, if I hadn't read Doug Wilson's article about the Eggplant Challenge and the first completion. So I'm very thankful that exists, and it's why I spent a couple years speedrunning Spelunky. But yeah, as you mentioned, this is not purely a cosmetic item. This eggplant is going to give you an eggplant crown, which replaces your short distance whip with an infinite projectile of throwing eggplants. So potentially better than just having the whip. The other thing that's going to be relevant is it immediately grants 99 hit points to the holder of the eggplant crown. What we just saw on screen was Xanagir. He placed the eggplant on the purple altar. Now there's an eggplant child. Every time we say this, it feels a little bit silly. But this is very serious gaming right here. He is now made a friend with the eggplant child. If he can bring this to the Sunken City, that's where he's going to enter Eggplant World, and we're going to see the 99 hit points and then also the eggplant crown. Super excited about this.
Gosh, I hope so. And note, while we've been talking about this, currently none of the other runners are in the Cosmic Ocean. Just at the beginning of this block, we had 5 simultaneous runners, but a few tragic deaths, and we're back to everyone grinding for a good setup. So good time, I think, for these eggplant hijinks from Xanagir.
Just checking on his friend, the eggplant child.
If you're just, here we go. If you're just joining us, it is maybe worth reviewing the leaderboard. So we've had no Cosmic Ocean completions yet today, but we did have quite a few yesterday. So we've got DT, who has not yet joined us today, but DT smashed it a few times yesterday, is currently in the lead with a time of 1 hour 8 minutes. Steph, second place, 1 hour 22 minutes. Twiggle, third place, 1 hour 35 minutes. And Krill, who was the first person to get to 799 yesterday with a time of 141. And then we have Grump, Hectique, and Xanagir in that order. They've all made it pretty far into Cosmic Ocean, 789, 785, 773, but still looking for their first completion. And we were just talking about this on the break, Ix. It was great to see so many completions yesterday, but with such a fast pace being set yesterday, all the runners are going to have to be a little bit more aggressive today.
Yeah, absolutely. Just following the eggplant quest, the eggplant child is just like every other hired help. where you set him to sleep at the beginning of the level, and then you exit, and you hope that the child has managed to stay alive. We saw that more on the All Shortcuts plus Tiamat racing on Friday. Oh gosh.
Yeah, feels
what
like
day is
Monday
it?
at this point. Yeah, who knows?
I'm still signing 2020 on documents so far.
Oh yeah. We had a couple questions in the chat. Was the record broken? It was with All Shortcuts and Tiamat. Not quite with Cosmic Ocean. Not a world record. Still a very fast time from DT with 1 hour, 8 seconds. But it's possible. It could still happen. We had earlier today Hectique with a blazingly fast run. Because getting up there, died in about the 60s? Is that right?
Somewhere, yeah. Possibly even a little bit further. No, 60s probably sounds right. I'm thinking of Krill and Hectique, who were both deep in to the Cosmic Ocean at the same time. But yeah, Hectique was moving at like a 59-minute pace, and so depending on how levels finished off, could have had a shot at that world record there. But unfortunately, it didn't work out, and we still haven't recorded a 799 completion from Hectique just yet. With all the confidence in the world that we will by the end of today's event.
Gosh, it would be so good to see an eggplant crown. We did not see any eggplant crowns yesterday. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah, and this is something the community talked about after yesterday's racing. That this is potentially a missed opportunity to not just the cool. We want to see Eggplant World for sure. We want to put on a good show, but also the utility of getting that 99 hit points is going to be relevant here. So we see, even though we're going to get that 99 hit points a couple stages from now on Danagir's stream, we still want that Kapala just in case we have an instant death situation. Really tough layout here. Takes it slow and careful, but we're going to get that Kapala here. And still has about a minute and a half to exit before that ghost comes.
Now there is a guaranteed altar in Tusk's Pleasure Palace in 6-3, but I guess that's even with that tight layout, that was still an easier Kapala grab than breaking into Tusk's place.
Oh gosh. Okay. No, live, child.
No.
Still alive.
Oh my
still alive.
gosh. Oh my gosh. Someone
Really
get a
nice
highlight
rescue.
of that.
Alright, nothing to see here.
Eggplant ping pong, eggplant salad or something up there.
Yeah, I really have no idea how many hit points the Eggplant Child has, but bouncing back and forth between the force fields seems like a quick way to lose quite a few hit points.
Yeah, I honestly couldn't believe that Eggplant Child survived that.
I'm sure it was over, but Xanagir fought ahead. And now we're going to do another one of these skips, leaving the Eggplant Child in the safest place possible. A nice breath of relief there. Moved as far away as he could, so there's only one spawn that could potentially mess up the Eggplant Child below. And then just moving on to this skip here. Really important moment in the run. Oh, so that one spawn that came up is going to cost just the Ankh. Xanagir is going to have to try to rescue the bow at the top. Oop. Okay, thanks. So this is going to be pretty dangerous. Xanagir is not only going to have to do the skip, but then also, because we want to go to Cosmic Ocean, he's going to need to find the bow up top. And this is doable, but it's going to be... Where is the bow here? Alright, so now he's also going to search for the bow. I think it went off to the left here, but not guaranteed. Alright, resets the jetpack fuel and needs to scout out left or right here. He's trying to collect his thoughts. Oh, I like this. So clearing out some of the spark traps, also potentially fishing for the bow. And at some point he's gonna have to make a move. Alright, so no bow on the left side. Poison bubble making it just a little bit more difficult. Alright, so he's gonna go down, refresh the fuel, and in fact he's gonna take out the really annoying hermit crab that's down here. These poison bubbles are moving more slowly than these water bubbles, and so I'm wondering if Xanagir is going to take another break. Still haven't found that bow. We check the left side. Okay, this is probably it.
This is wild. It's
Yeah.
It's a reminder, our runners make it look so easy to do this skip, but it is hard.
Yep. All right, well, we haven't focused on Spef in a while, so I'm going to move over there while we catch our breath. Really unfortunate. One enemy spawned. It was a bat, and it was the one enemy, maybe one of two enemies that could have interfered with Xanagir's laser skip there, but really an unfortunate end. Yeah. I hope runners are not deterred seeing that, and they continue to go for eggplant crowns. I really would have loved to see that Eggplant World.
Oh, we were so close.
Yep.
Kind of worth it alone for that eggplant child surviving the ping pong there. That was amazing.
That's true. Hope we got that clip. Something we're seeing here with Spef is he's usually had pretty slow starts compared to his PB and then made up time in the Cosmic Ocean. It looks like we had just a really fast initial run and already 45 seconds ahead of his current PB. Doesn't have the bombs to drop off the bow at Wadler, and so he's just going to be carrying the bow through the skip. Believe he's
a hired hand.
Yep, has a hired hand. I believe he's keeping it to sacrifice it. The other thing we're looking for is the Kapala item. Another interesting strategy is not going to be waiting. He's not going to be gambling at the start of 4-1 here. Just any possible time save. So this tells me he's not just going for a PB. He's going to try to take on the top place on the leaderboard currently.
Ix, I was going to ask, is there any thought of using a hired hand to carry to be able to carry the clone gun and the bow? No, it looks like not.
So not for Spef on this run. I think there is something there to that. But yeah, in this case, it seems like Spef isn't worried about juggling. That's it's a pretty difficult thing to do, but he won't be pulling it out on this run. But yeah, I'd love to see that. I think there's definitely some potential there. and Spef sees no potential there, and we're resetting. Nice bit of luck for Xanagir. Sees a shop with a jetpack, accidentally picks up the power pack instead, and is murdered by the shopkeeper. So tough end there. Might give Twiggle some more time here. He's on another one of these runs where he's got the jetpack. Didn't opt for the alien compass, or maybe we'll see. Maybe we'll see that coming if he decides to go to the temple here. Looks like we're headed to the tide pool. All right, so different approach. He's got the jetpack. He's got the bow tucked in with Waddler. Already has the Kapala. Already has paste. Resource count is pretty low. But I think he's pretty happy with where he's currently standing. Just to give a sense of where the race is, Hectique is in another blistering pace into the Cosmic Ocean, already on World 719 in 19 minutes. And now level 20. So just really flying here. If he keeps it up at the 30-second pace per level, what is that? That's currently faster than world record pace. Of course, there's quite a few levels to go. I'm just imagining dividing 70 by 2. We're getting 35 extra minutes here. So 55-minute pace, give or take.
Wow.
That would be
Yeah,
something.
We've had a kind of recurring question in the chat about has the record been broken? So not quite the world record, but could definitely happen sometime today.
Yep. So we're really happy that we broke the record in All Shortcuts plus Tiamat, and so we are going to say that has kept alive the Break the Record Live 5-for-5 game world record streak, and anything else further is icing on the cake. I think it's still possible. It could happen in the next half hour.
DT has not even started yet, so...
This is great. So I'm just looking at Hectique's layout, and we'll get to him in a little bit if he manages to keep moving forward, staying alive at this pace. But does not have the Ankh, does have really good resources, and so it really is just a question of can we stay alive and can we stay at this pace. But everything beyond the Ankh, the kit that Hectique's working with is pretty perfect. Pretty close to perfect. I do love watching this Neo Babylon stage in the main game before we get to Cosmic Ocean. This is great. So Twiggle about 5 minutes ahead of his PB, just showing that usually he's taken a detour to go to the temple for the alien compass, but skipping all of that and just wants to move ahead, wants to get into the Cosmic Ocean as soon as possible. Just looking for a shortcut down at the bottom of 6-2, but only has one bomb left, and so he has to take a longer route. No problem.
With the clone gun, we'll get if he can make it through the Sun Challenge, we'll get a very healthy bomb count. Assuming the Sun Challenge actually spawns in 7-1.
Yeah, good point. We've seen some runners clone bomb boxes, so not the full layout, but still a good source of resources if we're not able to clone that 24 bomb 24 rope pack in the Sun Challenge. First things first, we have to perform the skip, no hesitation, goes on the first cycle, true speedrunner, and entering the Sunken City 5 minutes ahead of his previous pace, and also with that clone gun. Really good situation to be in.
Fingers crossed for Sun Challenge here. So what I'm talking about here is there's a smaller chance that the Sun Challenge spawns in 7-2. That would be bad because you want the reward from this Sun Challenge. It's a pack of ropes and bombs. You would love to, Twiggle would love to clone that to max out his ropes and bombs.
So how are we looking here?
Whoop.
Alright, there it is. Sun Challenge 7-1. Everything's working out. So Twiggle with just one bomb left. So the decision, does he take out the enemy spawn generator? And looks like no. It's a little bit riskier, but he's got the hit points to stay alive here.
And so some runners will leave the jetpack outside, I guess, but not hear from Twiggle.
Yeah, I've mainly seen that from Groomp. I think he's had a couple of runs before the event that have gone wrong that would have been saved, and you stick with what you know. Alright, so no problem with the Sun Challenge. Still 36 hit points left. And 97 bombs for Twiggle.
And 99 ropes. Very important in Cosmic Ocean.
Finds the bow from Wadler. It's going to connect it with the arrow. Unless I missed it, he did not stop to get the 4 hit points from the mother platform.
Did you see Hectique impaled on 729?
Oof. So really good pace once again. We were potentially even in world record pace, but that comes with risks. And you saw the spikes. I didn't see what came before the spikes. But Hectique is not deterred. Just moving on to 1-1 again.
Yeah. Yesterday there was a lot of discussion about kind of what Cosmic Ocean levels do you want to see, because some biomes are more dangerous than the others. And I was saying, well, it's kind of the opposite. Which don't you want to see least? Because really any of those Cosmic Ocean biomes can be dangerous. And we definitely have seen a bunch of dwelling biome, which is supposed to be a little safer, but still a lot of, you can die on any Cosmic Ocean biome.
Yep, the only one that runners seem to feel really comfortable with are those wide open ice cave levels. But then after that, it's everything can kill you. And in fact, we have seen a death today on Speph's screen on an ice cave level. So nothing's safe. It's just varying levels of danger. Oof. That was a little bit scary there with Hundun. The snakehead started to open its mouth to throw that fireball, potentially ending the run, but Twiggle was able to land that last hit and kill Hundun there. Rewarded with a really early, really easy set of orbs for 7-5. And another 3 orbs on 7-6. All right. Clearly world record pace if you can keep up these 20-second levels.
Great start. And currently our only runner in Cosmic Ocean. I think we kind of expected that today. A lot of resets, looking for a really good setup.
Super fun. So I think we're just a couple minutes away from the hour, and I believe, Doug, are you rotating out at this point?
Yes, I am. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So we'll stick around for a bit. I just wanted to get a sense of where we were and make sure that there weren't any thoughts that you wanted to get out before heading off stream.
Let's cheer on some more Eggplant Crown runs.
Yep.
That and we saw a little bit of this from Groomp yesterday, but some telepack usage on Cosmic Ocean. That was really fun to watch yesterday.
Yeah, I would love to see another one of these Eggplant runs. They're a little bit rarer than other seeds, especially if you're going for both the jetpack and the Eggplant. But I think it's going to be worth it. I think Twitch is going to be entertained by it, and I think there's a good strategic benefit for it. We see Groomp actually. Oh, he did pick up a present. I was hoping that there was an altar on the level, but Can't get too excited. Can't get too invested in the dwellings.
I feel like it can happen when you see an altar in 4-2 in the tide pools, because you know you have that guaranteed present from the big fish.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and that's where Xanagir got his first eggplant. Hopefully not last eggplant. Alright, so just to give a sense of pacing, even though we're really early on in the Cosmic Ocean, Twiggle's already developed a 7.5 minute lead over his previous PB. So immediately we're thinking about challenging Spef for second place and possibly even DT for first place. Just how the run's going so far. The other run I'd like to highlight is Krill. Has a really good setup and is moving into Olmec about, let's say, 45 minutes ahead of his current pace, and that's already a really impressive time of 1:41, but I'm trying to go even faster.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of dwelling across the day as runners reset, looking for a jetpack or another good setup.
Yep, just seeing resets across the board, except for Krill and with Twiggle here. But Forerunners in the dwelling, looking for that jetpack, possibly looking for that eggplant.
Big change at the beginning of this hour. I think we maxed out at 5 today. 5 runners simultaneously in Cosmic Ocean, but then had a whole smattering of tragic early deaths in the middle of the Cosmic Ocean.
Great. Well, I'm going to start to bring in some of our commentary team one at a time so we can introduce them. But here is our pal Carlibron. Carly, welcome to the stream.
Hello.
Were you able to catch any of the eggplant shenanigans earlier?
I saw the end of it, sadly. Only that part.
Fair enough, yeah. That was a tough moment for us, but I hope we see it working out in the future. Let me bring in Arg as well. So our host for this next segment of the show. Hey, Argic.
Hello.
Hey there.
What happened? I go away for an hour and we're all back at the start. Like, what happened?
Yeah, everyone had the right RNG to start the stream. 5 people in Cosmic Ocean, and now unfortunately we're only seeing Twiggle. But it's a really good run. So he's now about 10 minutes below his current PB pace, and there could be big things happening with this run here. Just want to pull in our last commentator for this segment, and Vlad. Hey Vlad, how are you doing?
Hey, doing great, thanks.
Great.
Hey.
Well, with that, I'm going to say goodbye to myself, and good luck, team, and I hope we get to see some really fast completions.
Yeah, good luck to all the runners. It's I'll be watching. It's great.
Yeah, thank you both. We'll be hearing from you again later on throughout the day. Still got a long day to go. Like, we've still got a good 10 hours before we are due to finish up here. So plenty of more Spelunky goodness coming through the rest of the run. So we're just gonna keep focusing on Twiggle right now, the only one in the Cosmic Ocean. Hopefully we'll see this run through to completion.
Let's hope so. Preferably with world record time, right?
I mean, that's the whole point to break the record live, right? It's like, what are you trying to do? We're trying to break that record, and runners have been getting close. Like, we know Hectique has been on. He's been on absolutely amazing paces getting through those runs. Just can't quite get to completion. Like, something always trips him up, and you're like, dang it.
Just something goes wrong. Yeah, the Spelunky gameplay is very punishing for even the smallest mistake. You're going to be on top of your game for the whole run. That's why it's mostly an endurance run, in my humble opinion.
Yeah, especially when you're trying to go that fast, as fast as Hectic is trying to go, you have to be even more vigilant at every second that something doesn't come from the left or right of the screen, and it's tough.
I do like the change in dynamics when you come through into Cosmic Ocean. It's like normal Spelunky levels are, you're in a box, navigate your way through the box and find the exit. Whereas Cosmic Ocean goes, nah, there's no box. It's like, it's just a giant never-ending looping space. Anything that goes from the left will come and meet you on the right, and if you go from the top, you're going to meet you down the bottom. It's like, oh, here we go.
Yeah, we've seen players meet the bottom in a bad way a few times already.
Yeah, we have. We've seen a number of saves as well, though, which has been very, very exciting. It's like the moment somebody starts doing the never-ending fall, so to speak, it's like, oh no, it's like, please don't collide with anything, and then thankfully they wake up, so...
Right. Wanna mention here, Krill, again, doing the skip into the into Cosmic Ocean, or not Cosmic Ocean, sorry, it's only quote-unquote Sunken City, but already still at a very good pace for that. So,
Yeah. I need to learn that 6-rope strat. It seems very consistent.
yes, it seems very consistent. I think it's also the fastest one, but it requires the most ropes. But I mean, most of the players will get the big resource back, so it's not a big deal.
Yeah. Watching these players definitely gives me some more motivation to try some more Cosmic Ocean runs on my own after the event.
Yeah, same.
And also a lot of strats and ideas to improve my own game.
Yes, watching experienced players, how they play the game is actually a great way to improve your own, for Spelunky specifically. Because there's so many situations that it's not just a static game where you learn the movements once and then you just learn to execute them perfectly. There are like situations that you can learn on just by viewing them and then applying that to one of your own problems that you see in one of your runs, maybe.
Yeah, Tugel had a pretty nasty exit here and spent a few bombs to make it safe, which I think was very smart in this temple. You always need to be wary of enemies like stopping you for half a second on your run to the exit and then pushing you back into the jellyfish,
Yes,
as
stuns
has
are-
happened to some of our players so far.
Yeah. Seen that a bunch. Also with poison ticks that stun you.
Yeah. You're
So
always back.
has any of the runners gone for the alien compass in recent runs? I saw a few attempts at the beginning of yesterday, but I don't know about today or later.
Later yesterday evening, we seen a few alien compass runs come out. This morning, we haven't had any, as far as I'm aware. Everybody going for the clone gun.
Seems like, in fair take, the route for alien compass is considered more difficult and slows you down a bit more, I think. But it is a great tool to find the exit faster, so you can focus on just finding the bubbles, and it will point you towards the exit, unlike the normal compass.
Yeah.
Apparently, Twiggle had one in an earlier run as well. So Twiggle has went and got one previously, but doesn't look like he has one this run.
All right.
Well, 96 bombs is also a pretty good tool to have in the ocean, though. So can't really fault them for going one way or another.
I think it comes down to personal preferences or a type of play style. if people want to be safe and get rid of all the terrain to make direct entries towards the bubbles and exits, they are gonna go for the bomb dupes and the clone gun. But if they feel like they are comfortable enough to move around the terrain, how it generates, maybe the normal compass, the alien compass is the third item to get. I assume he was trying to do the mummy farm, but maybe he thinks that's enough health.
I mean, 43 with the Ankh still in play. And of course, the mummy's not dead. Like, the stages loop, the mummy is still there, as we were saying. And there we go. Get the farm.
Yeah, how unfair is it that enemies don't take full damage?
Oi.
A little bit too close there. It's like health farm, remove a little bit of health.
Alright.
Yeah, Twiggle has been known to like making his way all the way up to 99 health, whereas others were more into, oh, okay, I'll get 40, 60 and stop. So I suppose we're gonna see him go all the way here.
I'll have a look. It'll be interesting to see. I know yesterday we had a number of mummy farms and runners were in the process of just getting like maybe 20 odd health. And I can't remember who it was. I want to say it was Grump. And it was a case of he went and farmed and then immediately turned around and lost all that health in the next room. It's like, okay, we're glad you farmed that because you would be dead right now.
Yeah, it's a weird balancing act sometimes if you think about speed, because, you know, the farming takes some time. But it's definitely the safest option.
Indeed. So we will keep an eye out on Twiggle there. Keep an eye on his progress. Right now, 729, as we just saw. But we're having a look at Grump here, doing the challenge for the bow. And in this early game, so can you explain just like the early game for those that may have just joined us and why we do the routes that we do for the start of Cosmic Ocean category here?
Do you want to take that, Vlad?
Sure. So basically, in the early game, you need to get this bow in the Moon Challenge that always spawns in World 2, be it in Volcana or in the jungle, depending on your choice. Because you will need to collect this bow and an arrow that we will see way later in the run to pierce Hundun's eye and make your way into the ocean. And the choice between jungle and Volcana is entirely up to the runner. Jungle tends to have more difficult layouts, but also more chance at more bombs and the paste, which are very important items in the run. And that is what Grump went for here, and he was rewarded by a giant spider and some paste.
Nice.
So,
Yes, the paste is an item you can get as a drop from those giant spiders that only spawn, like Vlad said, in the jungle. Volcana, I don't know, have we seen a lot of Volcana, or was there a clear tendency towards one of the two?
I mean, I would definitely say the tendency has been towards jungle more, but we have seen a little bit of Volcana.
yeah, the other perk of Volcana is that it allows you to get Van Horsen action and is mandatory if you want to go for the alien compass in the temple. It also provides you with a red cape if you did not find a jetpack in the early game.
Yes.
But most players here play jetpack, apparently.
A jetpack is an item that speeds you up. It's too much to not take, I assume. One thing to mention as well is that normally to get to the Cosmic Ocean, to get up there on Tiamat on the skip that we saw a bunch of times, you normally have to complete a chain route, which these players do not do because it requires a lot more time investment and a bit more actions and items they need to collect. But with a jetpack or Vlad's cape and some other items, you're able to skip that whole process and just get up immediately.
Yep, which is very convenient.
So we're down into phase 3 of the fight here. You can see the UFOs and the bombs coming out.
I think Group has been consistently just fighting Olmec. Many of the other runners are skipping Olmec's fight by using a few bombs on top and using Olmec's head, as we see here, as a platform to get into those holes. Because now Groom will have to go all the way up from the bottom.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
he has no bombs, so he doesn't have a choice here. He has only 2,
Alright.
which is why he's doing the fight, probably.
Those resources really important. Need to be careful with how you use the bombs and the ropes. Of course, it's down to the shops that you get early to see if you gain any bomb packs or anything like that.
Yeah, if you're not all in into speed, you can also rescue the green haired sisters in the jungle to get an extra bomb box in the Olmec fight. But of course, for these guys, they don't have time for that. Gotta rush to take that world record.
Gotta go fast.
Yup.
Do not save not the animals.
Oh wow, having a look over at Krill right now. Krill is having a lot of fun with lava right now. Like, this volcano biome is just filled with this stuff.
I
Making
think
it out,
something
though.
exploded there. There was a lot of flowing lava.
And then immediately into a Sunken City biome coming through. We got Hectic here. He's immediately back into Cosmic Ocean now at a 13-minute and 15-second time there.
That is insane.
That's an
Yeah.
insane pace to get through the early game. And then the real challenge begins.
Yep. You've built your character, and now you have to take that build through 95 levels.
And we
Oi.
see Speth as well. Speth using the Ankh immediately, deciding, nah, I need that safety net. I'm restarting the run here. So Speth back into the dwelling now, going for another attempt. It's really interesting just seeing these runners now reset a lot more this morning compared to what they were doing yesterday.
Yeah, I assume many of them had the mindset of I wanna get a full 99 completion the first day, and in the second one I'm gonna go a lot more on the speed aspect.
And there's another Ankh usage coming out from Krill as well. Getting caught in one of those sunken tile squares, just couldn't get out in time, so...
But at least the jetpack stayed alive.
No explosive results there, thankfully. Oh wow, that was a hole.
It was interesting.
So there's that clone gun right now on drop screen. Carrying it all the way down, hopefully going to be cloning the extra resources. However, we have seen other uses of it as well. We saw yesterday, we saw one of our runners clone one of the
Pets.
shotgun pets. Yeah, not pets, sorry. Which floor is it this in? You know, the Kali Shrine area. Is it 6-3?
One of the pets.
Oh, no, not a pet, was it?
No,
I'm not
it was
sure what you mean.
It was what, you know how you have the dedicated shrine. Sorry, the guaranteed shrine even.
In
Where
the
we're
palace.
going to now? Which level is it? Yeah, 6-3.
In
we
Metagaming's
needed-
Palace?
We needed one extra. We needed one extra NPC for Kali's Shrine, and the clone gun was used to get an extra body for her. And it's like, oh, that's a really interesting way of using the shot rather than going for the other resources. So
Yes, if you don't have the Kapala, that is probably the first. Kapala is probably one of the most important items for anything requiring that long. Mentioned that a few times already, but the health regen and out healing poison or other things is, or rebuilding up your health after you died some way in Cosmic Ocean is definitely worth it. So most players will grab it and use a lot of resources or even the clone gun shots just to get it.
Wow, Groom went for a different strat than the others and didn't work well for him, sadly.
and that's the restart.
Well,
Yeah.
Oh, that was unfortunate.
It is weird to me that the spark traps ignite the jetpack, but the laser beams don't.
Yeah, gonna ask the record is only later.
All right.
Why?
Big question.
Indeed, the big question there. So let us have a who should we go focus on? Give us a player. Which runner do you want to go and see next?
There's so many to choose from.
How about Heck?
Let's have a look at Heck. And just to aware as well, we do have all 7 runners running as well. DT getting underway, coming in now. We will keep an eye on DT later on as well. Hopefully we'll see some good runs coming out of him. But at Heck right now, 17 minutes, floor 713. Still has the Ankh as well.
Yeah.
It's poisoned though, so
Poison with low health.
yeah, he probably hopes for exactly this.
Hey,
Perfect
nicely
timing.
It's like you called it.
Now we're talking. Just sit there and drink up.
And farm up that health a little bit. Again, this is because you're combating that poison that is currently happening. And unfortunately, in Cosmic Ocean, there's no way to cure poison. So once you are poisoned, you are stuck with it.
Yes. The mummy will shoot out these flies, which will loop around for a bit, so creating a bit of extra damage, but that's definitely something worth
It's
risking.
it's down at the bottom of the map as well. So hopefully there are no low orbs down there. But I've got no doubt that Hectic, he'll be able to handle this quite easily.
Yeah, we get to look at how wide the spread is for those flies flying out, and so how to predict it is where they will end up if you're facing them in real life. You can be way above or way under the mummy and still get hit in some circumstances. But here it's for good.
So going up. Probably, I'm going to reckon probably around like maybe the 50, 60 health mark. I don't know if Hectic is going to spend the time to go for full health, because as nice as it is to have 99 health in Cosmic Ocean, there are still so many things that could insta-kill you as well. So it's one of those things, it's like you're balancing your time gain, you're balancing your chances of surviving and getting to the end versus the speed. And there we go, 58 health. And Heck has decided, nope, that's enough. We're running through, now trying to deal with the fly swarm there.
Yeah, the thing is, he's poisoned early. So, like, right now, if he's going to beat the record, he can expect 40 more minutes. So that's 80 poison damage coming his way, minimum. So, in that regard, it makes sense to stack some health. But he can pretty maybe later if needed. So, I agree with not going too high just yet, in case you lose your Ankh.
Ooh. Okay, that jelly was too close. Don't like that jelly.
But he will definitely need more at some point.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. Like, what's the timer on the poison again?
It's 30 seconds, and it does not reset between levels, so it's a global timer, let's say it like that.
Oh wow. So you don't have that safety net of if I can finish levels every 30 seconds, then I won't take a poison tick. No, it's you're taking poison regardless of what's happening here.
Yes.
Yeah.
But at least he doesn't have to worry about those hermit crabs that much anymore.
Yeah, no double poison hurting you every 15 seconds.
If you get double poisoned, you have a 15 timer.
No
double
Let's
poison,
not give Derek
please.
ideas.
No, extra hard mode, double poison. What?
He might be listening. Let's not.
we have seen responses throughout the event here. So who knows? Maybe the next patch will be interesting. But while we think of other bad ideas that may or may not get added to the game, this is a good time to take a small break. We've been going almost about 45-50 minutes here on this little segment. Hopefully when we come back, all our runners will still be going, and we're going to see how far they can get through this run of Cosmic Ocean. But again, a big shout out to our event sponsors here, to Twitch, to ViewSonic Elite, and to Kaspersky. And of course, to our event sponsor, providing the prize pool for the Cosmic Ocean category here, and of course the All Shortcuts plus Tiamat run. Mossmouth, good 5,000 prize pool for this category, 3,000 for Friday's category there. Big thank you to them. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack, folks. We will be right back in about 3 minutes' time. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Break the Record Live, where we have 7 of the top runners of Spelunky 2's Cosmic Ocean category here, competing for their share of $5,000. We have got Group on the screen right now in the Olmec fight, grabbing that extra life, that Ankh, to carry it all the way through to Cosmic Ocean. For those of you just joining us and are not aware of how this category works, we are trying to get our 7 runners here to get all the way through most of what Spelunky has to offer here. The hardest category, some may say, which is getting through Cosmic Ocean 799. So 99 plus levels of spelunking, randomly generated goodness, and who knows what is going to happen. The runners have to route their way, react on the fly, and try and find those best times. Popping up the leaderboard right now, you can have a look at our current standings. We have DT in first, Spef in second, Twiggle in third, Krill in fourth, Grump in fifth, Hectic in sixth, and Zanagir in 7th. What we're hoping to see today is we're hoping for Group, Hectic, and Zanagir to get up to that floor 799. Primary rankings are done by getting the furthest in Cosmic Ocean, and if more than one runner does it, which we have with our first 4, then it is based on speed. So it's that balance of safety and speed. A very interesting category. And to help guide you through the category, we have 2 amazing Spelunky casters here. We have Calibron and Vlad. How are you both doing?
Great. Really enjoying these runs.
Doing fantastic. Watching Spelunky is always a source of pleasure.
So, going for the start challenge here to get the long gun for Groom. Planning on duping it for a big amount of rock resources in the last level, the last normal level.
Yeah.
Pretty simple challenge if you think about it, if you have the mobility.
Yeah, it's very tight if you have nothing, just a torch. But as long as you have even just spring shoes, it becomes quite easy, I think.
These players definitely should not have problems finishing them.
Nah, especially since they all have either jetpack or red cape at this point.
It's interesting how we are seeing runners change up strategies a little bit. Like sometimes you'll see the red cape, you'll see Vlad's cape coming out. Other times it's ideally the jetpack. Might even see another telepack at some point. I would love to see a telepack,
yes,
but it is a very risky play.
That is the play for world record contenders.
Yeah, what could happen is a player being somewhat fast into the ocean and finding a telepack in the Cosmic Ocean crust and finishing the run with it to grab world record at the end. But going the whole run with the telepack, I don't know. I don't see it.
So just during the break there, right before the break happened, Trial met an unfortunate end on his Cosmic Ocean run. Apparently, a UFO managed to explode right below a lava pocket, which then caused an infinite lava rain, and there was no way for Krill to get out. And unfortunately, tried to escape, ended up getting melted, and is now back into the dwelling, making quick work of it and getting into the jungle area.
Oh, that was an interesting thing to see right there on Groom's thing. Those mechs have the ability to shoot one of the plasma cannon shots if you are on the right tile height compared to them. But luckily there was the Olmec tower. Oh boy. Okay.
And that is why Vlad's cape is a good item.
Yes.
This jetpack here would have been run over, pretty much.
Oh boy, that was unfortunate, losing a bunch of health there.
Yep, things explode in Spelunky.
An explosion deals 10 damage, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, it's 10.
Okay. So now we're gonna watch the kill and skip performed with just the cape and ring and gloves, which is the second best way to do it, other than just having the what's the name? Jetpack.
It's interesting there's so many different ways of doing the skip here as well. Obviously, difference to that orb is... I don't like that orb's position there. Thankfully, it's orbiting quite well. Wow. That's impressive. That's impressive. And then up to the Sunken City, Grump goes.
Yep, with his clone gun to dupe the sec 3 times and get 1 million resources for his ocean run.
Let's hope we get those resources. We need to see the Sun Challenge spawn in 7-1 here.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure what's the chance it doesn't. I think it's most often in 7-1 and maybe 20% of the time in later levels.
Seems about right. Percentage-wise. Groom going to wait on the mother statue for 4 extra health that you get for waiting for around 10 seconds in her lap.
Yeah, and we can see Waddler up there to give us our bow. And the challenge is up there.
Nice.
Good deal.
Nice.
Everything working out. Missing a bit of money to actually pay for the challenge.
Okay, luckily not too much money. You could just go for the little ingot up there.
Groups decided to destroy the spawners. We saw some other players just stand in a certain spot and just spam their whip, which knocks out every enemy and keeps you basically safe. But the bomb is just even that much, just that tiny bit more safe.
Yeah, so many different safe spot strategies in this challenge.
I think when the game came out, the most popular one was just throwing a rope right above the arrow and chilling there until the stuff is over and just hopping onto the vampires that fly towards you.
Yeah.
It was very funny because sometimes the vampires would just bounce left and right between the two lasers, as we saw earlier with an eggplant child, sadly.
It was not very safe, sadly. I found that just running around whipping like crazy with your Kapala is actually safer than trying to stay up there and not getting vampired.
Alright.
Ooh. Not scared of that orange frog explosion. He knew he had time to get through.
Waiting for those double wrap blocks or worm blocks.
Yeah, I don't want to get crushed by them. If they reform when you're inside them, it's goodbye run.
Yeah, it's goodbye Ankh, and if your bow gets crushed, it's goodbye run.
Basically, if anything happens, it's goodbye run.
Definitely. No, we did see that a few times. We've seen, unfortunately, a couple of bows being crushed by the boss that's coming up.
Alright, I remember that.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, the key items need to be protected more. Okay. Managing to go through the tubes without too much problems. Too many problems.
Yep, time for Hundun. Wow.
group is probably looking for a good spot to bomb onto Hundun a few bombs, just to make it that much faster. Because instead of going all the way up, you can just bomb the heads early and go into Cosmic Ocean a bit faster than normally, but seems like he's not comfortable with these, or he just wants to scout the level anyway.
I don't know. I'm no expert in pre-bombing Hundun.
It's a weird timing because the heads, yeah, they like wiggle around a bit, and it can be a bit tough to actually time it correctly.
Oh, chicken is poisoned. You can just wait for 15 minutes and it will die. Let me tell.
Yes, I think the poison on Hundun's heads has been used for first completion for the low percent category for Sunken City. But it's definitely not fast, and even for low percent, people are starting to do faster strats.
Yeah, but if you're playing casually and get here and just want to secure your win, it's a good thing to keep in mind.
There we go. Stomp on the head, shoots the eye, and into the Cosmic Ocean around the 1746 mark there. And immediately starts with a temple.
Perfect.
Well, let's health farm if we can find a mummy.
Let's hope so. At least have one positive about this start.
So looking at our other runners right now, Hectic is on very good pace at the moment. 7:45, 35 minutes in. We've got Twiggle in the later half of the ocean now at 7:71. However, doesn't have the jetpack and doesn't have the Ankh as a safety net now, so
something can go wrong.
So well, it looks like it. Like you won't willingly give up your jetpack, I don't think, unless something terribly went wrong. But the fact that the run is still alive right now is good. Let's hope it stays that way. 53 minutes in here.
We saw people get far within Cosmic Ocean without much of movement, so he definitely can still get a PB for the event.
Yeah, the worrying thing is that he also lost all of his accumulated health, so now he's down to 4 health, has to find Mummy quickly to get back to comfortable amounts. This laser beam!
That was a good movement. Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, that laser jump. Like, that wall was not coming down, and then the jellyfish. Nicely handled by Twiggle there.
Maybe you should switch over there.
Yes,
the
let's have a look.
movement is interesting. Oh, no!
Right, I hit
Carl,
the button. Right,
what did you
get the
do?
blame for that one. I hit the button, and
I'm
then you...
sorry.
Oh! I didn't actually see. Did you happen to see how he died there? Like, the moment I hit the button to switch, he just went, no! It's like, oh.
I think he tried to get onto a ledge grab and missed, sadly. And then he just plummeted. Oh, I'm sorry, Trigger.
Oh, such is the life of a... Oh, well, there's a jetpack.
Oh, it's crazy.
Well,
oh, wow. Okay, just like, I'll take the jetpack and everything else.
Yep.
wants to go for the Maddock to get some Kapala points, I guess.
Are we sure these players do not play on a specific patch designed to give them all the jetpacks and Kapalas? I don't get that many in my own runs.
Oh, that was a good, smart play there, using the rope to knock out the Shoppy onto the altar for a sacrifice. Live enemies or live bodies give you more favor on Kapala, on Kali altars, so keeping the enemy alive is a smart idea instead of shooting him directly.
Yeah, sacrificing live shopkeepers is one of the hardest things to do probably in the game.
Oh, making Kali happy there.
Blood for the blood goddess.
So just noticing as well, that is Grump in the Cosmic Ocean using the Ankh, so the extra life gone for him. Currently sitting at early doors there, 7-9 in the Frost biome, so or the Ice Cave biome.
How did that happen? Because the cape was in a weird spot.
I'm not sure.
I don't know either. I saw a giant yellow thing on the screen and went, "Oh, that's an Ankh." It's the good thing about casting an event like this is when a game has a giant full screen encompassing thing, it's like, oh, I can see that, I can call it out.
Something is happening over here.
Exactly. Hectic getting another health farm right now. Very good, especially since Hectic, he is currently 53, so more than halfway through the ocean. We did mention earlier when the first health farm was happening. It is one of those things that you want to look at. You want to keep focusing on the health, especially when you have the poison ticking down. So looking at Grump right now, we'll have to see if Grump can carry the cape, carry the speed through the next couple of floors. Another 80-odd floors here for Grump.
I assume Grump hopes for a temple level, just one, just to get the missing health back.
Yeah, that the extra bonus as well from Vlad's cape there will make getting health just a little bit easier for Grump compared to the runners who are running with a jetpack right now. Again, it's interesting just how these runs have, like, how the different items can affect the way the runners are going to run through these levels here.
All right. So Krill also got into the Cosmic Ocean just recently.
Yeah, that was fast.
Mm.
Same for Speth, by the way. He's also back in the ocean. He was like 30 minutes in when he got there.
That's a real good time.
Yup. So we have like Hectic, Speth, and Krill, all three of them on really, really good paces.
Who to watch?
Well, we'll stick with Grump right now. We'll focus on Grump for a couple of levels here. Obviously, Hectic is somebody we really want to keep an eye on. He is speeding his way through the ocean right now, and Hectic doesn't actually have, like, both Grump, Hectic here, both of them in the ocean, don't have a completed run yet. So it's a case of we are waiting to see both these runners land that successful run, you know, and at the pace that both of these runners are going at, it would make a very nice change up on the leaderboard.
So we see Grump here using the machete, which is normally an item that not many speedrunners pick up, because the whip is most of the time the preferable weapon, just because you learn how to use it and use it efficiently. But he's using it to get a lot of blood from the enemies, just for the blood farm to get back up to the amount of health, killing all the buddies for the extra blood and stuff.
Yeah, getting back to that comfortable level of health there, like something that I've not really learned a lot about in this one yet. Like, what are the damage values of some of these traps here? Like, I imagine an arrow trap is going to do less damage than, say, getting caught in an explosion.
Yeah, so explosions are 10, arrow traps is 2, the Leon trap in Tidepool is 4, Pod traps is 2, plus it kind of knocks you over and stuns you and breaks your jetpack if it's a thing. Most enemies are 1 damage, like on contact.
Big enemies deal 2, I think? Maybe I'm wrong.
I think it depends.
Depends. I think the crab... oh no!
Well, that's a block.
Oh,
Things like that coming through into the temple. No, like, there wasn't even a chance to react there.
That was off-screen
crash trap.
Like,
The
come
classic.
on, Spelunky.
Unlucky.
What was that? That was unfair. Is
Yep.
what that was. Like I'm all for runners maybe making a mistake or Spelunky having like maybe a little bit of laughter at the runner's expense, but that was just downright unfair.
Yep, after Crash Traps, the nightmare of low percent Spelunky one players back in the day, and still killing our Spelunky 2 runners nowadays.
Getting elevated.
Yeah, getting it reminds me of some of the older Mario games. Is like there's a thwomp there, mate. Just it's like no, and squish. Just while we were talking about damage values there as well, that happens. For those of you watching at home, being crushed is instant death, infinite damage. But with that, I think we'll switch over to Hectic. We will see him running through, currently on floor 63. Hectic, of course, at 85 is his highest floor right now. But we'll see if he can get up past 85 and then hopefully up to 99. You know, we want that 99. We want that finish.
Probably with a great time, which he has. So.
Oh yeah. Right now, 44 minutes in 64. Like that's fast. That's flying.
Yeah, the good news with Hectic is that whenever he gets a finish, it will be a very fast finish since he's playing so aggressively.
He has lost a bunch of health, I assume, to the poison and just normal getting chipped away. So I assume he's gonna stop again for a mummy when he gets a chance. But yeah, he's dealing with the dwelling level layout. Claustrophobic tunnels with rolling things in them.
Yeah, and no bubble to be found. Lots of moles.
We love moles today, since yesterday, right?
I guess so.
Oh yes. I'm actually really looking forward to looking back over the event and looking at some of the clips that have been taken from the viewers watching here. Like, there's been some really amazing and just hilarious moments coming through.
All right.
So someone is asking, does the mummy only give you health while poisoned? How does regenerating health from the mummy actually work?
Do you wanna go ahead, lad?
Yeah, sure. So basically, when the mummy attacks, it spits a bunch of flies that just move, and those are damaged, and it also vomits some vomits under them, and that counts as blood. So if you have the Kapala, it will heal you no matter what.
Because the Kapala fills up, and once it's full, you can take a big sip out of your blood cup and gain 1 extra health, I guess.
Yeah.
Or a cup of mummy vomit.
Also works, you know. Can't be picky in the ocean.
Fair enough. Spelunky is an interesting game. That's a very open ice cave, though. There's lots of the melting blocks there.
Mm-hmm. So we've got Xanagir back as well now. Xanagir back after having just a little bit of a snack after one of the runs come to an end there. Getting some sacrifices to Callie there. Trying to get that Kapala early.
Here's the temple for Hectic. Will he decide to farm now, or...?
32 health? I mean, I reckon if he could find a comfortable mummy, it would be a good idea.
Yeah, because I think if you find one, you have no guarantee of finding another too soon. So I think it is wise to not let yourself go down too low before moving to a farming session.
That seems like there was no mummy on this one.
No mummy to be seen there.
Gotta be careful about this witch doctor next to the exit when we get there.
Yes. On top of being poisoned, you could become cursed, which is a deadly combo because being cursed means that you get set to 1 health, and the poison will just take that one hit off in 30 seconds.
I was
So,
gonna say, yeah, 30 seconds later. Uh-oh.
but the curse is easier to avoid in jungle levels because the skulls move a bit slower. The more dangerous way to get cursed is the mummy cats in temple. Once again, proving that temple is definitely one of the hardest zones.
Yeah, if I've learned one thing about Spelunky from all this, it is Neo Babylon and Temple are not going to be my friend.
Wow, that's a very tight spot. Heck, find himself into. Well done.
Right.
And some Volcana as a reward.
Gotta watch out for anything that seems hot.
Yup.
Right. Just and there are so many people to watch. I'm not sure which one we should follow.
Let's have a look at Spef. We haven't had Spef on for a while. Let's see how Spef is doing in the ocean. And as I say that, I see the giant Ankh on screen again for Twiggle. So that is Twiggle's Ankh going to be used right now. I believe Twiggle actually just immediately deciding, not even in the ocean, I'm going to reset from that. So we'll focus on Spef right now. Currently in 7:18. Around 4 minutes behind the current 1:22 pace that he's set at the event here. But the moment we do that, the camera appears to have disappeared.
Yep.
Oh
it
no!
seems like he's gone for 10 minutes.
Well, that is absolutely perfect timing there, isn't it? It's like going to have to take a bit of a break. No worries. We'll have a look at Spef when Spef returns. Let's focus on who shall we go to? Shall we go to Krill for a bit?
Krill seems to be on a very good pace, so sure.
Yes, let us go to Krill for a bit. Perfect timing there on the switch. It's like the moment we switch up to Spef, Spef's like, going to take a 10-minute break here. It's like, no worries, mate, not a problem. But yeah, like that's actually, it brings up a really interesting point as well. Like with this being a super long category compared to any of the other Spelunky categories, and the fact that you are timing via in-game time, it's very nice to know that if you've got a run going and you have to take a little break, or you want to take a little break, it is perfectly fine for you to do so. Just finish a level, sit on that completed screen, and then go and do what you need to do, you know?
Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why a lot of the people like Spelunky as a speed game, just because it allows to be very casual about it with just taking a break whenever you need to.
The one difference between Spelunky and Spelunky 2 in that regard is that in Spelunky you could take a break in the middle of a level and the in-game time counter would stop. And in Spelunky 2, if you pause in a level, the in-game time keeps running. So you have to wait till the end of your level to do so.
You can only take your breaks in transitions. Level transitions.
But it's great that that is a thing. Like, it's definitely... It helps adding to that accessibility of speedrunning, I think, which is really nice. It's like if you don't want to force yourself to do like a full 2, 3, 4 hour run here, it's like no, break it up into chunks, you know.
Taking long breaks on long runs can also be a bit of a questionable decision, though, because you get out of your flow if you have one. If you're in one, so. But I mean, these players know their stuff. I think they can adjust to that. Can take their breaks whenever they want. Right. We're just making his way through.
7:22 with the snakes and the creatures all rolling around here in this.
That was very close.
I like the fact that he had the same face we did, which is just like the fear.
It's from the skeleton skull. Oh boy. Skeleton blocks or bone blocks are more dangerous than one might expect, I guess. Everything's out to kill you in this game.
Yep.
Especially this jellyfish.
All right, making the way through. Ooh.
Welcome to Neo Babylon.
But that
That was close.
kill, please.
No, don't like that. Don't do that again.
Please stop that.
Please preserve our casters' hearts. We need them.
He's. Ooh. All right. Gotta keep up the pace, I guess. Oh, something must have happened to Hectic's run.
Oh no. Like what?
The Ankh. No,
Who
not
missed-
death yet.
Not death yet, but
Oh, he lost a ton of health, right?
Yeah,
And
no
a jetpack.
jetpack. No, I'm assuming the Ankh was used.
No, it
I
was not.
think it's still there. It's still there.
Yeah, no, maximize the screen so I can actually see the turning icon. The Ankh is still there, so
I
maybe a
assume-
bit of lava.
I assume no, maybe lava, but definitely something made the jetpack explode. That's why he
probably-
lost all the health.
It was a spark trap according to chat.
Ah, spark jet.
Mm.
Neo
Neo
Babylon.
Babylon shenanigans.
Yeah, that's
Well,
why
the
Neo
good news
Babylon
is the Ankh is still there. Like
Yeah.
that's nice. Obviously, losing the jetpack at this late stage, not grand. But if he can get through the last 19 levels, then we could see a really good time coming out here for Heck.
I think Hectic is at this point also not really worried too much about gaining up the health again, but instead just letting the Ankh get used and get rid of the cursing stuns, because without the mobility of a jetpack, the stun from a poison tick can be a lot more detrimental than when you have a jetpack to catch yourself midair, for example.
Yeah, it could be very, very deadly.
Yeah, the bad news is he doesn't even have the spring shoes, so mobility-wise, he's like 0 right now.
Basically doing a low percent run.
Well,
Yeah.
let's have a look. Let's focus on Hectic then, and we'll see how this turns out. Like 19 levels to go, effectively a low percent run, as you say. No jetpack for that mobility, no cape for that either. And we want to see how this is going to turn out. We want to see how this plays out. Obviously, we want the success. That's what we're looking for here. We're looking for Hectic to get that 799 completed run. He wants to get that completed run as well.
Yeah, and that brings the not so question for Carl. When do you think we will see a low percent 799 run?
I would hope we would soon see one eventually. I think the current world record for distance on low percent is 7.9 or something along those lines. It's really unfortunate that a lot of the bubbles in Cosmic Oceans sometimes can't be reached on low percent conditions because they are blocked off completely, or you can't get up to them. But I mean, that's just how the game is made, so there's not much to say.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So the probability of
No, jellyfish! Oh!
Here goes the Ankh.
it would have probably not mattered anyway, because he was getting cursed at the same time. So once he got cursed, he would have been dead from the poison later on. So still sad about maybe now he can farm up the health.
784. One level away
From his PB.
updating his PB. Don't get close like that. No, don't fall that.
Nice.
And a kill walk in there as well. Come on, game. There's a nice quick room though. Hectic has just updated his PB. He has just went from 785 in 59 minutes to 786 in 57. Every floor that Hectic now completes, he is increasing his PB Oh,
Yeah.
fingers crossed all the way up to this 799. Come on, come on, we believe.
He needs 4 more to beat Groom's event PB and get up 1 spot in the leaderboard for that extra juicy $100.
Exactly. Again, our racers are playing for their share of a $5,000 prize pool here. And of course for pride. Personal pride on their PB.
And fun, hopefully.
Oh yeah, always for fun. Always for fun. Oh no!
What? Oh. Oh. We switched over to Groom team, but Hectic just got cursed. Oh no, that's...
Yeah.
We didn't do that one. We didn't do the curse. It wasn't us.
We literally switched away. It's not our fault.
Okay, is that how that works? Right, okay. Okay.
Ah. So now Hectic will have to play perfectly, literally, because he can't take any hits.
So does curse ever wear off?
Nope.
No.
Just like poisons, you can't cure it in the Cosmic Ocean.
Like, you can cure it in real life by sacrificing people to Kali, but once in the ocean, it's impossible.
Well, yeah, once in the ocean, you can't do that. Yeah, makes sense.
Oh well. So we're watching Grump right now, who's just going through the motions of getting his build and getting to CO.
Yeah, I believe it is time to bring TTF in, right?
It is indeed. It is top of the hour. So what we're going to do is we are going to take a small break right now. Everybody keep your fingers crossed that all our runners continue their run as we go through. And hopefully our runners will be in pace there. We just saw Groom sacrificing people to Kali there to get the really important item. But we will be back after a short break. Again, a big shout out to our sponsors, to Twitch, ViewSonic, Kaspersky, and of course to Mossmouth for providing the amazing $5,000 prize pool for this race that is happening right now. We are also going to be doing a quick caster swap during the break here. We will be saying goodbye right now to, I believe, Vlad. You'll be back later on with us? Question mark?
Yes, absolutely. In 1 hour with TTF.
Nice. We will see you when you come back then, and we will be bringing in Tic-Tac-Toe. So we're going to go for a break. Go grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack, folks, and we will be right back. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to ESA's Break the Record live event featuring Spelunky 2. And you know what I just said in the before the ad break there, where we're hoping one of our runners does not end up getting killed. Unfortunately, Hectic here opened a pot and ended up getting stung on 1 HP, being cursed. I will take the full blame for that one. I'm so sorry. But on the good side, Hectic has improved his PB. Not only did he manage to increase the floor up to 789, but he also completed it in a faster time than Grump, moving Hectic up to 5th place on the leaderboard. Popping up the leaderboard right now, you can have a quick look. You can see the standings. DT in 1st, Spef in 2nd, Twiggle in 3rd, Krill in 4th, Hectic now in 5th, Grump pushed down to 6th, and Xanagir in 7th. Only 10 levels away there. It was an absolutely amazing run, but unfortunately not able to be completed. And now running around with a telepack. But okay, I'm not allowed to say anything. I'm going to pass it over to our casters. We've got Calibron, and we're welcoming in Tic-Tac-Toe here. I'm going to be quiet for a bit because I just cursed immediately there, teleporting right into a wall. How are you both doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. Enjoying the run.
Great to be here.
Oh, I love that telepack. I do, but like the triple teleport there ended up in a log.
Yeah, the teleporter just is a fun item, but also very deadly. But I think we all know that by now.
Oh, absolutely amazing. Well, while we see Hectic now back at the start, looking for that proper RNG seed to get the items that he's looking for, let's go focus on Speff. Speff has just came back after having a small break through the run, continuing through Cosmic Ocean here. Very nice, the fact we were saying earlier that you can actually take a break during a run at some point. If you feel like you need to just get up for a couple of minutes, then you are free to do so. 7:24 at the moment.
Yeah, it's a nice little transition screen between each level. You deal with all the chaos from going through a level, but then you can always have the option to take a little breather there.
Right.
But I've been seeing a lot of what I expected today. A lot of resetting early in the dwelling, looking for a jetpack to spawn in your 1-2 shop. But we are getting a few runs into the Cosmic Ocean though, so it's very exciting to see.
Yeah, we want to see more moments where our runners are getting closer to that end. Ideally, not being cursed is the situation. That 1 HP is not something you want to see.
Hectic definitely was on world record pace until the poison thing happened, because for the poison thing you need to waste a lot of time on gaining the resources and then also using the jetpack later on. Apparently we switched to Groom.
Yeah, I think getting cursed in Cosmic Ocean is more of a challenge run type scenario. I believe Twigglesoft has tried doing that, getting cursed before the Cosmic Ocean, and I believe he managed to get pretty far, over 750, I think. But yeah, it's definitely way more slow going than a speed run. You're trying to be extra safe.
Let's get back up to Speff there. Don't know why the little switch there is happening. Maybe a little bit of technical difficulties. We are looking into it just to see what is happening. And but hopefully we will come back.
Right.
Was Speff poisoned before? They're poisoned now and on to 1 HP.
They weren't poisoned before, I think. Uh-oh.
I don't think Speff has the Ankh. It's hard to tell with Tina's heart. It's a yellow heart, so
It seems like that's a no. So he definitely he has to out-heal the poison on the fly.
oh, no.
Which is going to be hard, especially when you're giving a level like Volcana and you're sitting with effectively a 1-minute timer on your face.
Oh, 30 seconds now.
Oh dear. And this is like one of the worst biomes to get at this point.
Yes, there's
anything that can give me health. Please give me health.
Sometimes you can get lucky with a chain full of ladybugs. It's usually easy to collect there, but this is looking pretty sparse.
Also trying to find all of the bubbles as soon as possible. Oh, okay. Nice. Ooh. Back to 2 health. All is good.
1 step forward, 1 step back.
Just keeping it going.
Just stay alive. Like, that's the idea at this point.
We need... Oh, no.
This is... Well, it's got more enemies, but this is not what we were looking for. We were looking for temple. I'll take something I never thought I'd hear a Spelunky player say for 200, please.
Oh.
And there we go. There's the poison. And unfortunately, just like that, back to the beginning.
So that's a good example as to why the Kapala and getting a lot of health early on is important, just to outpace and have the opportunity to make up more health to out-heal the poison in case it happens.
Yep. Well, now we get to focus a little bit on seeing some of the early game again here.
Oh my gosh. Excellent RNG there.
That's the second time we got a gift box with a jetpack, right? I think. Krill had one yesterday.
Pretty rare occurrence, especially happening right after a reset. But good to go back.
All right.
That brings up another mechanic early on in the run. When you're stealing from a shopkeep, he's going to be angry for a few levels. And you can get rid of that anger by just not interacting with it, essentially just leaving the level. But you saw Speff bopped the shopkeeper there, so it's going to be an additional level that Speff has to hopefully not interact with that shopkeep.
Oh, buzzing noises.
Oh, that's a new thing I haven't seen yet. So what is this, the buzzing? I see a hive there.
Yes, exactly. The buzzing noise means that there's a beehive in the level somewhere. If Speff goes in there, he decides not to. But in that beehive, there's firstly a lot of bees, obviously. But in the back room, you can find the queen bee, which will drop a royal jelly for you if you kill her. It's very tight because the back room is small and the queen bee is pretty big. But the royal jelly gives you 6 health instantly, which would be a great tool to stock up on health.
Nice. And there, of course, more sacrifices coming out for that Kapala.
Exactly.
Yeah, pretty early one too on 2-1. Like to see it.
Not having to worry about the altars in the future. Also, I think this should be de-aggro now. Yes, feel forgiven.
Yep. There you see the text pop up saying you feel forgiven. That means the shopkeeper's no longer angry with Speff.
And then into the challenge.
The moon challenge here. The first step into getting to the cosmic ocean. Got to retrieve the bow. That's always in here.
It's also always on the bottom layer, so the players know that they just have to dig down and basically just dig left and right for a bit. Has there been a case where the Maddock actually ran out before one was able to get the bow, even though he knew exactly what he was or what the person had to do?
No, I've not seen it.
Yeah, sometimes it'll happen if there's some crates generated in the other little sub rooms and they're going for that, but you're usually not looking for those crates because you'll get all your resources later on in the run.
Alright, use of a bomb there, just getting rid of those spikes. Spike's like, I'm not dealing with that.
Yes, that's a smart choice. Spikes also are insta kill. Lots of things are insta kill in this game.
It turns out Spelunky 2 is not easy, even though these speedrunners here make it look that way.
Dumpy boots.
Well, that's a neat mechanic to mention, maybe. The boots, any kind of boot items, allows you to walk on those little spikes. Brambo, I think is the name. So spring boots or the spike boots will just allow you to walk on those, which can be useful for Cosmic Ocean, just for extra mobility options. Instead of having to hover above them, you can just land. Also, Speff buying out the black market, or at least some of the things.
Yeah, nice little resource gain there, halfway through the main part of the run here.
Well, main part of the setup of the run.
The tutorial before Cosmic Ocean. Yep.
Is Beth going to use that?
Please, please. It would make me so happy to see more teleport shenanigans. Okay, I'm going for the...
Beth would be someone to try to use that one.
Did it just get crushed there?
It's
no.
Yeah,
Aww.
That little top layer of the ceiling was just enough to crush it.
Damn.
But we did get the Olmec fight skip there, going into the exit door for the Olmec arena, getting the Ankh a bit early. It saves about minute and a half.
I like that block positioning that Speff has right now, able to just get that one extra layer of safety from Olmec there, just taking down 5 instead of 4 rows of blocks.
Yeah. If you don't have the 4 blocks, you can't go down with him at the same time.
Looking at a few of our other runners here, it looks like Xanagir's into the Cosmic Ocean.
Mm-hmm.
Just starting it.
And getting the best levels, of course, double Neo Babylon, it seems. Neo Babylon considered the second worst zone by many. Not worst, but difficult. I should say that.
Yeah, we see the rest of our runners here in the early part of the setup phase for Cosmic Ocean here, just trying to find the resources that they need alongside the mandatory items to access Cosmic Ocean in the first place.
Yep, Speff in the second ton challenge, the star challenge. And after lighting all these torches, we'll collect the clone gun, which will be used after completing the third challenge to get a bunch of 99 bombs, 99 ropes, essentially.
And of course, those resources, super important when you're trying to get through the Cosmic Ocean there.
Yeah, not having to manage those, or the resource count anyway, once you get to Cosmic Ocean is just one less thing you have to think about, is always going to be a positive.
So DT seems to be in a similar spot as Beth, even slightly ahead with a slightly better time as well.
Yeah, both on the ice caves here.
Happy yet? No! Oh, why? Not the Happy Yeti! Speff, I believed in you! No!
No fun allowed.
Oh, the poor Yeti.
There's a telepack there.
Oh, and the crust, yeah.
Yeah.
Doubt we'll be grabbing that, though. Jetpack's much safer. And into Neo Babylon. Nice to have the compass on this level, just showing where the exit is. We can assume we can go straight down instead of weaving throughout all the traps.
Watching out for sudden elevators.
One more level, and then we'll be on to Tiamat, the first credit roll boss of the game.
That's a good way of saying that. Credit roll boss.
It's the game's nice way of saying, congratulations, you did it, and then dropping more on you afterwards.
Basically.
Yes, by the way, did you know there's 99 more levels?
What? Oh, rope strats here.
Oh.
Right.
Oh, that's the wrong way.
And mistimed it.
Trying to do the rope strat there, but for the skip, unfortunately hitting the laser beams, and their cycle just doesn't allow you to get out. Meanwhile, DT at the exact same point they're managing to make it through, so DT going to be heading up into the Sunken City. Why is the Sunken City up? So just think of what I said there. We're going to go into a spaceship, we're going to fly up, and it's called the Sunken City. Huh?
Yeah, it's
That's been a question circulated through the community Discord for since the game started, essentially.
But yeah, through 6-4 now into 7-1 for DT. And then once again, back into the ocean. DT's last run that he was doing was on a really good pace. Unfortunately, it did come to a rather abrupt halt. And then back to the beginning, as you do. But Spelunky's great for that, though. Like this is one of the things that I do enjoy about Spelunky, and maybe you could both fill in some of the blanks here. It's like Spelunky definitely looks like it is designed, has some design elements with speedrunners in mind. Like, can you elaborate on some of those a little bit more?
Sure. So, as mentioned earlier, I think Spelunky speedruns are mostly timed in in-game time, not RTA. And the in-game timer for this game is has a lot of it's precise and allows you to, take your breaks during transitions, and also allows you for all the kinds of RTA categories. The devs implemented a way to reset your shortcuts for the All Shortcuts plus Tiamat one that we saw in the first day of this event, for example. So it definitely had the speedrunner community in mind when being programmed, but not too much in the focus that speedrunning became trivial. So that's a nice balance to find in a game.
Yeah, it's something I really liked from the change from Spelunky HT to Spelunky 2 is after taking a bit of the speedrunners' input, the developers changed a few annoying things in Spelunky HD, like, for instance, the level messages that show up on pretty much almost every level. You'll get some type of level message, and that used to cover up traps, like arrow traps and stuff, that level message. So you'd be trying to go real fast and going through the level, and you would just get hit by an arrow trap covered up by text. So they made that an option in that you can set up in the UI to make that shorter or transparent, which is really nice, a nice touch.
Yeah, it's very nice to hear that the devs and the speedrunning community are sharing feedback with each other, and it's very nice to see that come through in the speedruns.
All right. So DT getting to Hundun's Ascension in the next level right now.
Yeah, the second credit roll boss.
How many are there?
We'll never know. Well, that enemy jumping away there in time, but that's going to cause an explosion soon.
Oh!
Owie.
Yeah, them tongue traps, they're hard to react to because you're looking at your character to make sure you're doing those exact movements you need to do, and then on top of the screen, the trap's going to come down and try to get you.
That was a very quick first head kill there.
Yeah, I think...
No!
Oh!
Just
The
got
worm
clipped by
blocked.
the bubble wrap there.
Bubble wrap, why?
Unlucky.
Hopefully the bow is still intact.
He's going to try to get there, but...
It could be pushed up by the level floor, but if there's a ceiling, it is still there. If the ceiling is there...
Get it. No! Oh,
There's
my God,
also...
Oh.
there's
We
also
got
the
it.
jetpack still. He got everything back. Hey!
Oh, nice.
But so has to get out. No!
So there's a pretty awkward hitbox on Hundun's legs there that you can get through the middle, but depending on which way Hundun is moving, that hitbox is going to move with it, and just getting clipped there and onto the spikes.
That was quite a up and down of emotions.
An unfortunate turn of events there. And on the same position right now, we got Hectic in the same fight. Let's see how Hectic handles that. Let's see if he has a better floor.
I just noticed Xanagear got jelly sandwiched in the Cosmic Ocean.
And that puts all our runners back outside the ocean right now, as Hectic gets the bomb off and is about to go back in once again. 12 minutes and 51 seconds entering the ocean.
That's
His speed
very
is
fast.
ridiculous. His speed is absolutely ridiculous there.
Oh no! Immediately poisoned the
Not
7-5.
Oh no.
You can see the huge eye roll there from Hectic too. It's just like you feel the huge satisfaction of getting to Cosmic Ocean and then just getting hit with that poison.
Mm-hmm. So Zanagir has let us know there that he was in the process of farming a mummy for health when the Crocman telefragged it and got rid of it. Thankfully, it's like, wow, okay, what? Right, no health for me then. And then unfortunately I ended up getting the jellyfish sandwich going on there. Also, another thing as well, I did mention the devs there. Something to look forward to everybody on casting, and of course for all of you watching as well. We do have two of the developers of Spelunky 2. We have Derek and Mickey coming on in about an hour and a half's time here. So be a good chance to hear some dev insight and to hear their thoughts on speedrunners. That is,
Oh my gosh.
that is,
Mic up.
please.
Oh
Double
my God.
circle? What? Okay,
That-
that needs clipped.
That yes.
How do you survive a double jellyfish spiral by having the trap lift you up? That is amazing.
That is. Spelunky is a mean game, but sometimes it just throws you a bone, I guess.
Yeah, the trap wanted to see Hectic continue the run.
That was amazing. Like the save on there. And we will... Yeah, don't worry about it. It's fine. So having a look here. Let's see how far Hectic continues on again.
I'm excited to hear what the devs have to say about the event and
Yeah.
Spelunky 2 in general. Should be a great time.
Yeah, I like hearing devs' thoughts when they see what speedrunners do. Like, I find it's really good just to hear their insight, and it's great when you hear them going, "We never intended for that to happen, but it's great that it did." It's like, sweet.
Nice little bit of exit there. You see that from a lot of the speedrunners today. You do get a pretty big window to enter the exit door, and when you do that, you of course have iframes.
Yeah, so Hectic here, effectively on a double timer right now. Timer to try and finish the run, but with a 7-minute life timer as well. Needing to farm that health if we can find enemies in relative safety. Not like that.
Oh,
No.
just a mistimed fish whip there.
Mistimed commentary as well. Oh.
Fish whip. Alright.
Pretty straightforward ice caves level. Ice cave levels are always pretty good because they're open, but they do have a lot of flying enemies though. The UFOs causing explosions can always be something to keep your eye out, especially if you have a jetpack. Ooh, yeah, arrow trap up there. Good catch.
There was There was also some weird bubble wrap blocks or worm blocks things again that could have gone similarly to DT's situation earlier.
Looks like Hectic's starting to get into a bit of a flow, though.
Yeah, the way that Hectic and all of the other real runners here get into a flow on just clearing the levels as efficiently as they can, it's very entertaining to watch.
Yep.
That
Almost got trapped there.
that was some weirdly claustrophobic ice caves level.
Yeah, just mentioning how it was very open, and then we get a very closed off one. That's the level generation for you.
Quick reactions though there from Hectic. Like he knew immediately to just about turn and get rid of the jellyfish.
Oh, hello.
Hello, orange frog.
Frog rain.
Yeah, there's those exploding bodies I was just talking about in the ice caves, immediately welcoming Hectic.
Oh. Okay.
There we go. Orb found. Quick escape. Still looking for a temple. Seems to be getting the loop of ice cave into Sunken City biomes here.
Yeah, farming up on some of these maggots. It's good.
Yeah.
6 drops of blood from all of them. And once again, we're collecting that blood with the Kapala Cup. That's how we're regenning HP in the Cosmic Ocean. Otherwise, there's no real way to do that.
Oh, that.
Oh,
Oh
was that
god,
a
no!
skull?
The
It's-
poison tick there.
There was a poison tick, but he got stunned by something as well, so that probably was a skull.
A wombo combo.
What is going on?
Well, not poisoned anymore though, so don't have to worry about that.
Everything has a silver lining. Oh.
That was really close. Like, got stunned, fell down, took 5 points of damage from the fall, and then immediately the poison ticked. It's like, oh, come on. Didn't even give us a chance to try and recover from that. Again, another really early Ankh use coming out here. But that is just how the game rolls sometimes.
And sometimes maybe not having that extra bit of cushion of health there will force Hectic to focus much more on what's going on here. Could be a good thing. Trying to find the good in it anyway.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. Like it's always interesting to see how runners, like how they change style depending on if they have the Ankh or not. Like some runners may decide, oh, I've got my extra life, I'm going to play a little bit riskier, and then other runners will be like, no, I'm keeping the Ankh as my safety net. I'm going to have it for as long as I can. And then other runners just completely don't care, Ankh or not. We're going 100 miles an hour.
Yeah,
I feel like Hectic is in there. He's in that last one there. It's like, Ankh or not, I'm going fast.
Just looking for these orbs. Seems to be getting a lot of big levels, sadly. How big can the levels get again? Like 2x3 to 6x6 or something like that?
I've seen as small as 2x1, but I feel like the larger ones are at least 6x6. They might be 8x8. It feels like that sometimes.
Insane. But yeah, I think at a point it becomes just hoping for the small levels with good visible bubbles. Once we get to a speed or a world record, maybe. Speedy run. All right.
Speaking of speedy runs, 4 of our other racers, Twiggle, Groomp, Xanagir, and DT with backpacks of speed. As I say that, Groomp's gonna die. I'll take that one. Sorry, Groomp.
The look of disappointment, oh no.
Oh, DT just did too. Okay. I'll sip some water here.
Hard work of commentator cursing.
Oh, definitely. And with those curses, I think we'll take a small break here as well. we'll get ourselves refreshed on the water. Maybe try and stop cursing our runners here. That might be something we want to try and work on. But yeah, again, a big thank you to our event sponsors here. We have Kaspersky, ViewSonic Elite, and of course to Mossmouth for providing the $5,000 prize pool that our racers are currently racing against. Grab yourselves a drink, grab yourself a snack, folks. After 3 minutes, we will be right back. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Break the Record Live, featuring Spelunky 2. We are currently watching 7 of the top runners of the Cosmic Ocean category here compete for their share of a $5,000 prize pool provided by one of our event sponsors, Mossmouth here. We're currently looking at Hectique, progressing through floor 730 right now, and just picked up a telepack, which makes me very, very happy. For those of you who are not aware of how this category works, Cosmic Ocean is basically a race all the way through to floor 799. There are over 100 plus floors from the beginning of the game to the end of Cosmic Ocean. We're ranking our runners based on how deep into the Cosmic Ocean they get, and then if any of them finish, basing it on how fast they have completed it. Right now, you can have a quick look at the leaderboard here. You can see that we have DT, Speff, Twiggle, and Krill all finishing a run, and they are being ranked according to their times. And Hectique, Grump, and Xanagir yet to finish a run, getting very close at 789 for both Hectique and Grump, and 773 for Xanagir. We've still got a good amount of day number 2 left here, and to help us through it, we have 2 amazing commentators from the Spelunky 2 community. We have Calibron and Tic Tac Fo. How are you both doing?
Hey, doing great. Really excited to see Spelunky 2 being showcased here.
Yeah, always a great watch. Some really good players doing some really difficult runs.
And like, the difficulty just can't be understated in this, honestly. Like, with a roguelike, it is a very different style of speedrun. Like, a lot more reactive play is required rather than just purely planning out things.
Yeah, being that roguelike, it's a different every time you see these runs. It's not muscle memory, doing the quickest things, saving that 0.1 second. It's a lot about reaction time and quick problem solving.
All right.
Yeah, it looks like Hectique unfortunately dropped that teleporter after 1 level. Just a little too volatile to keep running it.
Aww.
I mean,
I love the teleport, but I understand it.
we've seen Hectique already get insane times without any teleport shenanigans. So
Yeah.
he's confident in his ability to get the world record live without the teleporter.
I would love to see that. That would be absolutely amazing. I mean, that is the name of the game. We are trying to break the record live. We did the All Tiamat plus Shortcuts category. All Shortcuts plus Tiamat category on Friday there. And we did successfully break the record live. So 5 for 5 with the Spelunky event here. And that block just took out that orb. So thank you, block.
Using crush traps to your advantage. That's not something you
Oh, a spider drop from the loop.
That is unfortunate. Oh, the stun mechanic is definitely something that has been causing a lot of problems for these runners. Damn.
Yeah, and that's something specific to the Cosmic Ocean is the level loops to the left and right and from the top to bottom, and a spider from the top, or I guess from the bottom, just dropping in to the top right at the worst moment for Hectique.
Yeah, not like this is what we wanted to see there. And that does once again mean that every one of our runners are currently in the early game, currently preparing to get themselves back into the Cosmic Ocean. So where would you like to go?
It's a tough question. We could go over to Groomp. He seems to be back at a similar situation as you before the double commentator curse happened. Oh, and you can see here the blood form that I think got mentioned earlier. Using 2 vampires and Let's Cape together with an HH to stun them continuously. The vampires heal themselves on blood, just like the player can with the Kapala Cup. So they heal each other off, and some of the blood gets out, and you get that, so you can farm up some health that way before going to the Cosmic Ocean for the mummy farms.
Looks like we're gonna stop at 50. That's fair. Oh, and even has a jetpack in reserve.
Oh, he has like everything.
It's a good start.
So you can't believe it.
Yeah, and they switched to Vlad's Cape for that blood farm because one of the passive abilities of Vlad's Cape is it doubles the amount of blood that enemies will drop. So more opportunities to heal.
Yeah, and just to continue the trend from what happened earlier in the event, I will say just everybody is quite Vlad for that passive.
Well done.
What do we do in commentary? We curse runs and we tell bad puns. That's apparently all we do. That's all we're good for.
Alright, so Groom not going for the quick Ankh, where you just bomb in from, use a few bombs to skip all of Olmec. Even though
we
he
haven't
has the bomb
seen.
to it.
Yeah, we haven't seen Groom do that all day, I don't believe. I wonder if they're just not comfortable with the strat, or just like showing off Olmec's 3 phases. And this phase 2 that Groom's on right now actually changed quite a bit since Spelunky 2's release. I think it's gone through like 3 or 4 different iterations. But it looks like this one here is what we're staying on. It was interesting for a while because we would have to relearn the Olmec fight almost every week. But this one's been the consistent one for a while now. I really like this phase 3 though. You have to deal with the 2 UFOs coming out the side of Olmec's face. Makes for an explosive finish, if you will.
So you can see why people skip the Olmec fight. Firstly, you have to bring Olmec all the way down and also climb all the way back up to actually get the Ankh for the safety. Yeah, that saves like a full minute or more probably. But I don't think we have seen any player completely skip the Ankh. That would be the ballsiest play, I'd say. Just going into the Cosmic Ocean without the fail-safe that the Ankh gives you.
Oh, we're
Also,
seeing a temple.
Oh, temple.
Hello.
Yeah. Nice.
So this block that Groom's in right now, this generation, that'll be Van Horsing's cursed room there, and that's where we collect the alien compass. And how that's different from the regular compass is when we take it to Cosmic Ocean, it'll show us where the exit is, which is, you know, a quarter of the things we don't have to find in Cosmic Ocean, which is really nice.
Oh, also seeing the Tun shop and buying 1 pair of spring boots. Tun just shows up randomly sometimes and has a shop in the back layers.
I doubt we'll be taking that scepter. Oh, maybe. Okay, so this scepter is another pretty special item. It shoots out a, well, it's gone now, but okay, it's back. It essentially shoots out a purple orb that will kill anything it touches.
And can also be used to open the City of Gold door. Which brings you to the City of Gold. I'm not sure
don't think Groomp will be going to Duat.
Yeah.
So part of the normal chain to go to Cosmic Ocean is sacrificing yourself onto this altar, and that'll take you to a secret level where you get an item to help you with that chain. But in doing that, you would lose your back item, so the jetpack here. So yeah, we see Groomp skipping it. So why come to the City of Gold then? It's because Temple's pretty difficult. You see these thwomps here, and City of Gold, it's a guaranteed Kali altar, and you're dealing with a lot less enemies and temple traps. For at least
Temple
one level.
It's difficult.
I'm known for saying temple is easy when I'm playing Spelunky, but we'll keep it real here.
So will Groomp go to the mothership and do some shenanigans with the plasma cannon? Who knows?
Ah, yes. That's another thing the alien compass shows where the mothership entrance is, but looks like we're skipping that.
Plasma cannon is interesting. I don't
Basically
know.
shooting a horizontal bomb, which is pretty fun.
Oh,
Speaking of bombs there, I'm noticing that Groomp doesn't have the paste.
yes, that's probably because he didn't go to the jungle, or because we mentioned already a few times that the paste is a very common item that you get from the jungle, and if you don't find it just as an item in a shop or a crate, you will notice that you are missing that item. It's generally just a very useful quality of life improvement for anything, for any type of run.
I do like the camera usage though that Groomp's doing. I would argue that the camera is one of the better held items for doing runs. Like a shotgun, you can always have ricocheting bullets. The camera can also shoot through walls, essentially, if there's an enemy you need to get around, which is really nice.
Oh. Did not stun the tower.
And back to Tiamat.
Just saying hi, and then immediately flying past her. Can just completely ignore her.
Mm-hmm. And we've got Speth. Just looking at other runners here. Speth into the Cosmic Ocean now. DT currently in the Olmec fight. Hectic resetting another run there. He's not getting the items that he's looking for. We've got Xanagir currently going through the Sunken... Well, through the challenge, actually. So in the challenge room right now. Challenge of the Sun, I believe.
Yep,
Yes.
that's correct.
And Twiggle currently gambling away some money, looking for some items there. And of
Maybe
course, Cryo.
also looking for the invitation to the palace of pleasure.
And there's an excellent skip for Groomp. Dodging all them lasers.
Oh, perfect. Yes.
Oh, hello, challenge. So, of course, the other difference here as well is by taking the route with the alien compass, that means there is no clone gun here.
Yes. So he will just have to work with that one bomb bag that he will get after completing this challenge. That will have 14 bombs and 24 ropes and 24 bombs. But if the player pays a bit of attention on to not use all of the bombs and ropes just for breaking bubbles, for example, it should still be enough to complete Cosmic Ocean without much trouble. Just having the extra items is, I think someone mentioned it earlier, it's just one thing less you have to keep in mind of being resourceful. And having a free mind allows you to pay attention to things that could kill you.
Exactly, yeah. Nothing worse than getting into a room. You're like, yeah, I'm going to be able to like bomb my way through here, and then realize you have like 3 bombs left and still 40 floors to go. You're like, hold on.
Let's reevaluate this.
I think if I got myself in that situation, reevaluation is impossible.
Oh, there's a rock there. That the explosion popped
and
out.
the arrow shaft.
Once that crate,
The extra bombs.
and then smart waiting on those blocks to reform.
And one more level, and then we'll see Groom's take on the Hundun fight.
Yep.
Hundun fight. Speaking of Hundun fight, Xanagir also entering, starting his Hundun fight. I assume looking for a good spot to use some bombs, or maybe just going all the way up and doing the safer thing of just waiting at top and bombing from above later.
Yeah.
We will find it very soon.
I think that's fair, especially Xanagir looking to get their first completion of the day. Might as well do, or of the event anyway. Do as many safe strats as we can.
Safe strats in Spelunky.
Yeah, what are those?
And here comes the giant egg.
Egg with legs.
Looks like Groom's gonna opt to fight in the middle of the stage.
Going for speed after all.
Gotta go fast.
Going for the stumping.
Gets the first head there. Should line up nicely done.
Oh,
And there we go with
Very
Groom.
good.
Very smooth.
Great work. I like that rope there. That's just a little safety rope just in case the arrow misses, that the spikes don't come up and get Groom.
Nice. And that is coming up to the top of the hour, and it is a perfect time here to do a little host switch with Groom entering into the cosmic ocean. So I'm going to be handing over to fellow host Boy the Hero here, and I believe Carly Brown, you're going to be swapping out here with Vlad, but you are coming back later on as well.
indeed. One more hour.
Indeed. So we will be hearing from you again, but let's pull in our new host and our new caster. Hello both. How are you both doing?
Good afternoon. Very well, thank you.
Hello again, everyone. Doing great as well.
It's been very interesting seeing our runners get through part of the ocean, and then we just had most of them all back in the first setup phase there. So Groom now going through the ocean. I will leave you to it. I will see you all in a couple of hours. Have a good time, and I'll be lurking in chat.
Thank you very much. I'll take care. And I believe Carla Brown also headed out as well, just at that on the hour. So it's myself and Tic Tac Foe and Vlad. How are you doing, TTF? I think we haven't had a chat since Friday.
Hey, it's good to see you again. Excited to do more of the Spelunky 2 commentary.
Oh yeah. So what I think the story of the time that I was gone was Hectic on another cracking run managed to beat his PB in terms of depth, but then had to use the Ankh, and then had no jetpack afterward, and then tried to get through the final few floors without anything. So, fire.
That lava drip. Yeah, Hectic's been doing really well today in terms of getting to the Cosmic Ocean and doing it fast.
That's what you got to do.
Yeah, man's got a TP, so I don't know how long he will keep it.
A2 picked a good time to come back here with Groomp Spef in the Cosmic Ocean, Xanagir there as well. Looks like Twiggle and DT about to get back in as well.
It's absolutely crazy looking at some of the paces that these guys can get, kind of getting out of 6-4. Like 6-4 cleared at 10 minutes, and that's plus 1 minute 15 over DT's PB time getting into. 7-1, which is a bit silly. How? Why? It's too fast. I believe Spef. It's good that Spef is this far into the ocean, mostly because he was saying a bit earlier that been struggling to get a run really going. So I think he's probably up for potentially taking a break at some point if that run doesn't get going.
Yeah, the Spelunky confidence can kind of come in waves like that too. You get a bunch of great movement, great decision making, and then other days it's just like Spelunky 2's dropping lava on your head every time you get to the ocean.
Yeah, that exit Groom just had was so scary with bounce traps on both sides and the spike ceilings and the ceiling spikes.
Yeah, those ceiling spikes make me more nervous than the floor spikes, to be honest.
Oh, definitely.
Groom doing an excellent job of scanning that entire level. Getting out of here. You see that alien compass now coming into play, pointing right away where the exit is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It really means that. Sorry, go ahead.
It comes at the cost of skipping the clone gun and not getting to get all of the extra bombs and ropes, but it's definitely very helpful. That's
The thing that's really good about it is that if
no.
Get up.
Goodbye, jetpack.
I mean, is it worth at this point? At only 12 into the Cosmic Ocean? To be fair, it does have a climbing glove, so the only thing is going down is going to be hard. Yeah, here. Oh! Very nice.
We have spring shoes too, so maybe it's worth.
You can always find,
Well,
you can always find a jetpack later in a crate if you're pretty lucky. I've seen Groom achieve that a few times. Another nice thing about the compass is it allows you to play with the loop a bit more. Just because you can keep track of where that exit is, you can dodge the jellyfish or just get a little bit more mobility in that way.
nice throw here to not release lava while also getting access to the bubble. Not having paste will also make his life harder.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, but all these speedrunners are excellent bomb cooks. 3 stars from the Michelins.
As a French, I can appreciate some nice chefs.
Nice. Did you have a problem with that?
The shopkeeper.
Sorry, Vlad. Did you have a problem with that when you started playing Spelunky 2? Is just relearning how to cook the bombs?
Yeah, it's a bit different, but not. I don't think it was a huge issue. Like one of the small differences, but mostly fine. I say it's also, I think, overall easier than in Spelunky because the blast radius is bigger.
Ooh. Oh.
Dwelling's one of the levels that has more, or it seems to have more crate spawns than other levels, so you can see Groom going out of their way to check those just in case it holds a jetpack. Even a cape would be a huge improvement.
Yeah, cannot find that cape in a crate though. That's bad news, but jetpack cape, even the hover pack would be probably an item Groom would be happy to add to his arsenal right now.
This is some great jellyfish wrangling right here.
Okay.
only pack you probably do not want is the red one, the power pack. That makes you explode and doesn't have enough upside to compensate that, I'd say.
Yeah, that even makes your bombs explode larger as well.
Yeah, that can be helpful sometimes.
Yeah.
Oh
2
boy.
HP left for
Health
Groom.
is low on the Groom here. He needs to find a blood farm soon.
No Ank to save him either.
Nope.
Just dodging these witch doctor skulls. There's more anxiety.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
1
dear.
HP now.
Yeah, this looks like it's a fairly scary. Oh, a little bit of blood there. Fairly scary predicament.
Oh, most definitely. Yeah, 2 HP is twice as much as 1.
That's
But it
correct.
feels that way more. It is like relative safety versus absolute scare. Like being like 1 HP in Spelunky.
Just in case people are kind of curious about that, we have talked about the whole mechanic of the Kapala, basically taking in blood that you get dropped from enemies. You can eventually get an HP. Just on the bottom left corner of the hearts, in the top left corner of the screen, you'll see the cup itself filling up with blood. Just so you, in case that information interested you. I think that part of it was something I kind of didn't notice for the longest time when starting to play this game. That my inventory, I was always kind of like confused, like where's my inventory? I couldn't quite see it, but it was so subtle and small. It was there.
I like how Groom's using this ice ray for mobility. It gives a little bit of a upwards jump every time you shoot it, so you can get up an extra tile that way.
Yeah, also pushes you back a bit, so you have to be careful about that.
That was a very good move there. Take care of those 2 enemies.
And here's the bubble. Sorry, Tiki Man, you stood no chance against the bomb.
Looks like our other runners are doing pretty well in their Cosmic Ocean run-in as well.
Yeah. He is on 7:14 now, 1:50 ahead. Still seeing Hectique and Xanagir trying to clear their first runs. Xana is into Cosmic Ocean as well on 7:12, 34 minutes in, 35 minutes in. 3 orbs right next to him though, so. Might want to jump over to see another runner. Who haven't we seen much of today? I don't think we've seen too much of Xanagir, for example, unless I've...
Yeah, I don't think so. I would be curious to see some.
Just nice to get as many people as we can on the old main screen.
So, how is Xanagir faring? Onk, jetpack, paste, and not a lot of resources compared to most.
No, but it does have, in terms of like bombs and ropes for sure. However, it does have spring boots as well as spike boots. But the spring boots you give that little bit of extra height on the jump. So there might be situations where normally a rope might be used for maneuverability rather than popping bubbles or anything like that might be dealt with that extra tile of jump.
Yeah, and let's not forget the most important item of all, the parachute.
Oh, of course, yeah, absolutely. Going to come in handy throughout this entire.
Looks like DT is went down and is resetting.
Oops.
It's crazy how quickly it can change. The nature of the beast.
Yeah, it's like build your runs for dozens of minutes, and it can be gone at any any second.
Yeah, I think as well when you're looking at those faster times, you know, it's we have been seeing a lot of runners kind of, you know, doing the whole reset, looking for, you know, jetpack being the main thing. I think for a lot of runners right now, just because that's going to be the main thing in terms of maneuverability, flexibility. So I believe we've been seeing Twiggle move over to the jetpack thing. He was using Vlad's cape strats yesterday, I think, just to get a run and then get one clear, and then get a clear with like a specifically faster time, and now needs to go for those, you know, top times. So
And it looks like Beth went down there too in their jelly, blown up into the jellyfish.
So we'll be taking a break. Yeah, just gone offline now, so let's mark there. Oh, okay. Oh, what's going on here? It's all switched around, okay. So. Yeah, just mark Steph offline there. As he said, wanted to make sure that with the run done, going to take a quick break. He said he'd be gone for about an hour, so probably will be back in a bit, well, in that hour, to continue runs.
And looks like Groom found some help with a telepack and a mummy moment, so getting a bunch of HP and some mobility.
Oh boy, yeah, he's back in better shape than he was 5 minutes ago.
And we've seen him be, I think people are kind of mentioning, you know, the whole, you know, why is he continuing when it's looking so bad, you know, but it's one of those things, like any run can be good, just got to get through, so he's willing to take the risk with this now, and I think
excited to see it too.
Let's go for like the.
Okay. Is the jelly not gonna catch up? The thing.
The jukes.
Xanagir fixing their mustache, very important for speed. And into tide pool biome, I find this one to be the calmest of biomes in Cosmic Ocean. You're only really looking out for the poison bubbles, but otherwise, most of the traps are pretty manageable.
Double orb here. Remind everyone. Oh, hello! Taking some pictures, just to remember the journey. Reminder as well of how our leaderboard's looking. There is a $5,000 prize pool at play here, courtesy of Spelunky 2 developers Mossmouth. So thank you very much to them for that. It's currently looking like this. So in first place we have DT with a 108.45 clear of the Cosmic Ocean, taking home $1,500. And if you look down the leaderboard, you'll see our other runners. Their depth, I think we have again 4 clears and 3 runners who are just shy of the 90 range, which hopefully we will see a full stage clear from them at some point today, because they've definitely been showing that they should get a clear. Sometimes they're just getting a bit unfortunate at certain points. So yeah.
Does the camera break the bubbles?
It does not, unfortunately.
Oh, that is very sad.
Yeah, you have to drop it and whip or bop the bubble each time.
I think it should either break them or like reflect the flash and stun you instead.
I would like to see that as well. Yeah, there aren't too many negatives to the camera, minus, you know, holding an item, but I suppose its range isn't very good, but otherwise it's pretty all right.
Looks like Hectika's gone offline as well for now, taking a quick break.
Yeah, still plenty of hours in the day to get a few runs going. Don't blame him at all for taking quick breaks here. Getting up, stretching, grabbing some food. Well done there by Xanagir. Headed into 7:18. Perhaps a mummy moment.
Well, or perhaps a crack moment.
That's true.
I'm voting the first one, though. For the former.
I should mention as well that Groomp has said goodbye to that previous run, is on a brand new one. Cape and spring boots already.
Yeah, teleporter runs tend to flash out relatively quick. I like the usage of the bombs here by Xanagir in the temple. A lot of these traps can be very detrimental, so just taking care of all of them with a bomb is well worth it. I think he's trying to get this sorceress to pop the bubble. Oh, there we go. That can kind of be another slower and more dangerous source of blood if we want to. The sorceress just summoning enemies. Yeah, there's that danger part.
Yep. My policy of sorceress is just kill them.
Yeah, that's fair. Ooh, never want to get a Crocman activated in the temple because they will find the loop and cause some havoc.
Yep, now just falling somewhere in the outside world. Pretty dangerous stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, he's alive. But still needs to find the third bubble, and time is running out. The second jellyfish is soon gonna start chasing him.
Yeah. So it's
We
3
haven't
minutes,
seen
isn't it?
much, of that 3-minute jellyfish from these runners, but when you're starting out in the ocean, it does happen more quickly than you think. You're just looking for the bubble, and oops, jellyfish chasing you.
Don't think Xana's checked bottom right yet.
I'm
trying to
not
be
sure.
Systematic through this level.
Hello, Croco Man.
Five seconds roughly, I think.
Oh, there's bottom right. Yeah.
Yep. Here comes jelly number 2. Not your best friend, to be sure. And it won't make finding the bubble easier. You know, when you already can't find it without the jellyfish chasing you. The last thing you need is a ghost-like enemy pressuring you some more.
I'm curious if the bubble somehow got pushed into quicksand. I've seen that a few times. And
would be...
Oh, there it is. Okay, never mind. Good.
Oh no, the curse!
The cat curse.
Okay, we got the Ong though, so... It is not run over just yet.
Even if that last bubble was in the quicksand, they still do give an audio cue that the speedrunners are also listening to. And you can even hear that from off screen, so it wouldn't be a complete mystery.
Curse is a delightfully cruel state of ailment. No matter how much you accrue, it just makes, if you have like 90 HP, it's all for naught.
Yeah,
Someone's
curse is way more
deal should
poison.
run it. Having just had like a nightmare temple screen, going into another one can definitely do a number on the. Oh no, red skeletons falling into the abyss. Can definitely do a number on the confidence factor.
Yeah, it almost feels more like a mind game when you're going through the ocean.
Yeah, you have to go through these. Oh come on, big chunks of temples and neobabs, and if you do, you'll be rewarded eventually with a nicer streak. Just gotta get through it one level at a time.
And was fortunate to find the mummy there, but being cursed, we can't regain that HP. Could make the tactical decision of just using the Ankh, and then the mummy to gain a bunch of health, but looks like we're gonna try to protect the Ankh.
Yeah, you don't have to get hit, right?
Yeah, as I
Right?
say,
Yeah.
the longer you just
Just don't
try to
get
not
hit.
get hit.
Just don't get hit, and you don't need to resurrect. How hard can it be?
This is some push block chess going on right here.
Yeah, and Red Snake didn't have what it take. Oh, falling mummy. That is not what you want to see on the left of your level.
Yeah, that kind of closes off the left to right loop.
Yup. It's also a bit funny, but mostly scary.
This is a quite sizable temple level again, too.
Yeah, and pretty thick. Where is our third bubble?
And you notice, Sanagir, moving about 8 spaces, stopping and looking again, and that's because, once again, the temple, just with all these traps and enemies flying everywhere, you got to be that extra careful.
Okay, here's the bubble.
Careful that poison in the loop.
Yeah, you kind of want to avoid looping at this
Whoa.
point. Oh! That was close!
Nice small level here. Watch out that arrow trap over there.
Yeah, we also appreciate the crates. More bombs will definitely come in handy.
That machete's just out of range to trigger that arrow trap.
Yeah, wise play here. Hey! Webgun!
I do like how Xanagir is deciding to go through the level instead of just headed off to the left into the loop. On the dwelling levels, it's pretty common to have arrow traps just spawning facing the loop and can dunk you pretty quick. We'll go the route that we know, not the one that we don't.
Right. Whilst we are in quite a tense situation, it has been another 45, so it's about that time of the hour where we have to roll another few ads. So we're just going to take a short ad break. When we come back, we'll see if Xanagir is still going or if there is going to be an untimely demise coming his way in an Ankh usage. Yeah, but we are over four hours into our final day. Just under 8 hours remain for our runners to get a run going and try and complete this Cosmic Ocean as fast as possible. So yeah, don't go anywhere. There's a lot of exciting stuff to come, and maybe a surprise or two in the near future. But yeah, once again, our thanks to our sponsors, Twitch, Kaspersky, ViewSonic Elite, and for this particular event as well, Mossmouth, for providing the prize pool of $5,000 that our runners are currently competing for right now. So don't go anywhere. There'll be more Spelunky 2 action after this break. Cheers.